Check, check, check. Okay. Always keep it on muted. Hello, hello. Welcome on in, everyone. Okay. And more than likely, we're going to be hit with an ad in the first 5 minutes of the stream. So let's just chill and wait for a few moments. Yeah. So I've got some new items that have arrived, and I want to do just showcase it on stream. Weak man. So the Ninja. This is a Atomos Ninja 5, not the V. So this is the 5.2 inch monitor recorder. Oh, ads. All right. I haven't received the caddies yet, so I'm not going to open this as yet. I have received the screen protector, so we'll be at some point we'll install that. Maybe. I'm thinking of keeping it just in the box because it was shipped like this, so I think it might be best to try keep it in the box during the trip. Yeah. A few other items have arrived as well. The top handle, which is a NATO rail-based system, which I haven't opened any of these yet, so we won't open the recorder yet. We might wait till I receive the hard drive caddies before doing so. Otherwise, there's really no point in. I mean, we can use it as a monitor, but we can't use it for its intended purpose, and that is as a recorder. But there's a few other items that we want to try and test out as well. Okay, let's see. Ads. So, let's top down. Is that too close? No, that should be enough. Where's the table? Yep. All right. So just a quick overview. This here is the Sony A6300. I'll be using the cage as a platform to showcase some of the new equipment that I've received as well. So let me start by tearing this down. So we'll just undo that. Get an Allen key. Oh, I might remove the micro HDMI, which is very finicky, so you have to be very careful. Oh, true. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's not as advertised, but knowing that now, you are now able to get a lot longer recording times at a higher bit rate. Using a more higher established codec, such as ProRes or ProRes RAW, in the case of the Atomos Ninja 5. So right now we're just removing all the accessories from this cage, just to showcase some of the features. Yeah, and instead of spending $500 on the one compact flash memory card, which is only going to give you 320 gigabytes worth of data space, you can now use that to purchase larger hard drives to get even longer record times. So yeah. Okay, now we will remove the top handle and remove the base what do you call that? The quick release system that I have from Zhiyun Crane, which is here. So I'll need a flat screwdriver. Oh, come on. Oh, okay, that's a bit. it's the rubber from the actual plate itself it was attached too tight, and it just kept dislodging and not moving. So, all right, and we'll just remove this because I used this for vertical shooting last weekend. So here we are. This here is the Sony A6300 in a small rig cage, and we have here the 18 to 105 f4 Sony lens. As you can see, there's nothing else attached to the cage. No quick release place. No quick release plate. We still have access to the base flap. CFB, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. Hopefully it's not too early for you. All right, so this is the camera and the cage that we'll be using as the main camera rig. So let's just put that aside for the time being. Now, these are the new items that has arrived. Woke up like 30 minutes ago. Damn, that is so early. And I've already eaten, so I'm not going to eat on stream, so you're safe. You're safe, CFB. Oh, man. All right. What's this one? This one is the top handle. This is the newer quick release top handle. Oh, that's all right. It's just a box. So we get some instructions, I think, or information on paper. We get an Allen key. We get, and we don't need the box anymore. Then we get this bag along with some bubble wrapping. So here we have the newer top handle along with a NATO rail. All right, let's just put all of this together like this. And a decadent item. So this is the NATO rail. This will attach to the camera cage to allow for this top handle to be quickly attached and detached, I hope. So let's do that now. So it doesn't really matter where, as long as it's sort of near the center bit, I guess, you know, in line with the lens, because I think that's where most of the weight is going to be. Let's just use the... So the good thing about all these camera cages and rigs is that they all use the same Allen key dimension. Even though they've supplied it with this kit, let's attach it now. So it's 2 Allen key bolts. So now I'm just going to quickly tighten. Now we will attach the handle, and I believe we have to undo it. Yep, so it's loose now, so as soon as I close this knob, it's going to increase a small metallic piece forward to lock in place. So here we are. Alright, so let's attach it to the camera. Now, this particular NATO rail has these safety pins that are pushed downwards. So, in the event where you slide your handle in, if for some reason you forget to tighten the knob, the handle isn't going to be sliding off until you depress these pins to then slide off. Yeah, sort of like a anti-accident. So one thing that I've just noticed right now, and as soon as I twisted this knob, it touches the lens. But the good thing is, I believe this knob you can pull out. and then realign the knob itself. So I think with NATO rails, it's literally a quarter turn for it to lock and unlock the system. So now I'm just going to pull, slide back in, align it. Nope. All right. So if I now put it in this position here, and now if I tighten it, now if I were to pull this knob mechanism out and then align it to a position where I still have access to it, then it should make attaching this handle from this cage more simpler. So it's just one full turn or one half turn and then slide off, and then slide on, one half turn for it to be locked into place. If I can just get that centered. Yep, done. So now we have a detachable handle from this cage, so that when we're packing away everything, we can do a half turn, remove the handle, and then place this into a camera bag without any items being too large or too cumbersome to not be able to shut the bag. You just have to pre-turn the knob one half turn as well. Yeah. All right, let's attach the top handle and then a half turn of the knob to lock down the handle. Now the handle itself has a rubberized grip underneath, and on the very top has quite a few mounting options. Here we have a 3/8 threaded hole with locator pins. Here we have a cold shoe mount. Cold shoe mount, so you can attach stuff this way and then lock it down. Then you have an assortment of 1/4 and 3/8, and then on the rear you also have another set of 1/4 not 1/4. You have an assortment of cold shoe mounts as well. Let me just slide that in. That giving you multiple positions on the handle to mount multiple different things. During shoot time, it's okay to store the camera. Yes, I like to keep the lens on the camera itself. I don't like to keep swapping the lens in and out all the time. So, yeah. So that's the handle. Okay, next item is, we'll just detach this. Or we can keep it on there because it helps with rigging. Okay, next item, also from Newer. This is the L-shaped V-Lock battery plate with Arca Swiss base plate. And oh wow, it's smaller than I thought. All right, nothing else in the box. We have a decadent thing. Let's unpack this. We also have a V-mount plate, and I'll show you what I'll be using with this. And then we have the Newer battery plate. So this thing is a knob here. We'll just undo that, open up. Oh, it's also got a foam piece to protect the item to protect the plate from causing any damage to here. So one interesting thing that I can see is that we'll just undo this. This is a Arca Swiss plate that you can attach to the bottom of a camera. A desiccant James Long, welcome in. And the great thing about this particular rig is that it has an Arca Swiss plate to mount the camera to, and then this unit itself is also Arca Swiss. So it's very universal. And on the main plate, it also has a magnetic tool to tighten the 1/4-20 bolt that attaches to the camera. All right, and on the actual mount itself, I believe there is a way to unless this particular one doesn't, I might have not purchased that one, or unless it's this one here. So this knob, or this lever, it's not a knob, this lever should able to extend, there we go, should be able to extend the positioning of this to accommodate a multitude of different camera body sizes. It doesn't go all the way out, it just slides back and forth. Okay, we'll slide it out to max, and then we'll lock it down so it doesn't slide in or out again. On the rear, we have a V-mount plate to attach a V-mount battery. Then we have a few 1/4-20 threaded holes, and then we have a knob here to allow for this entire plate to rotate, I believe. Ooh, that is it's got some tightness to it. So yeah, so if you need to access the screen of a particular camera, you can undo the knob here, tilt the entire plate downwards, giving you access to the camera's positioning. So let's get this installed. Again, we are using the Sony a6300 because it's the only camera that I have in this type of configuration with a cage, and it's very minimalistic. So let's now attach this Arca Swiss plate to the base of this cage, and we might just use an existing Allen key to get that tightened down. Now it's not centered, and I might actually redo this. There we go. No. James, no. So I do part-time work at I do IT support part-time work. Some of these items I've been asked to purchase these for someone else, because unfortunately they are in a region where it's almost twice, would you say, twice as more money than it would have cost me. So yeah, I do I do event live streaming, such as weddings and funerals as well, where some of this equipment might actually come in handy, especially for long form content. Sorry, not content, because they're not my content. Long form streaming in those events. So that's also how I also make my living as well. So here is the top handle with the NATO mount attached to the cage, and now we have attached the Arca Swiss base plate to the rig. So now that is fully connected, and now we will attach the camera to this V-mount plate. Okay, so we will slide it in. I guess it only goes one way. And then we'll twist this knob in the front to tighten down the Arca Swiss plate. again, this knob also has a pull and twist to relocate the flaps for better thumb force to twist. Oh, we could. Right now, I'm just doing unboxings. So, yep. And again, even though, say you wanted to just remove this plate from this camera, we'll remove it, and you can still attach this camera to a Arca Swiss clamp on a tripod. So, yeah. And then here, we can attach the same plate to this setup. We'll lock it down. And then this entire rig can attach to the same Arca Swiss plate on the tripod. Now, let's install a... Oh, that is tight. V-mount. I'll just tighten that down. I'll now slide this into position. So now you can see there is a tiny gap between the back plate of the V-mount swing and to the rear of the camera. And now we can lock down this sliding mechanism. You can see behind a whole host of bits and pieces of tech stuff. Yeah, sometimes some YouTube reviews don't go into that much detail because all they're doing is trying to showcase the actual item itself. Hence why I'm doing it on stream. All right, let me now lock this sliding mechanism down by using this flap. And now it's locked down. So now I will grab myself a V-mount battery. So this is, oh, what do you know? It's another newer brand product. This is a V-mount battery. This is a 99 watt hours. So now we will mount this V-mount of this battery to the V-mount of this plate. And hopefully the top handle isn't in the way. So we won't know until we do it. Oh, okay. We have the V-mount connected, and ejecting it is just simply pushing this button, pushing up and removing it. So the handle does get in the way, but at least in a good way, at least with this particular V-mount. If we use a different V-mount, so this one here is another 99 watt hour V-mount. Let's now try attach this into here. Okay, we have it attached. And ejecting it, same issue, or same deal, sorry. Yeah. So I guess any other battery that's taller may have an issue when at least using this configuration. So this here is move out and then switch over. Again, this is just a plate. There are no electronics. So if you wish to use if you wish to power your camera or a monitor arm, a monitor, and you're using the battery, you need to detach the cables first before removing the V-mount. And nice. Reload. All right. So that is, and now, oh, it might be hard to see it in this angle. Let me go to the front camera. So now, this is the camera rig with the V-mount battery and a top handle that's NATO railed, along with the Arca Swiss base plate. So now, no worries, James. Thank you for tuning in. If you wanted to access the panel for whatever reason, you would loosen this knob here and then bring down the entire V-mount, and then that gives you time to access any settings on the rear of the camera, and then, or you can just leave it like this, depending on how tall your tripod mount is. So now say we were done with that, or we can even extend it out to encompass whatever tripod head you're using. And then I don't know if this will work in this scenario. You could probably use the V mount as a shoulder pad, maybe. Who knows? Quick. All right. So now if we want to just roll it back up, tilt, tighten, done. And then if we wanted to adjust this position here, we'll flip this flap. Then we'll slide in and then re-engage the flap. And now it should be relatively tight. That hurt my arms. So I do have another piece of equipment coming in, and that is for me to attach another NATO rail on this side of the camera body to attach another handle. So much, yeah. So just the handle and the base plate battery makes it quite a more well, the battery is there for longer run times. It does make everything heavier. So, all right, let me now. I'll just attach these handles quickly. So these ones, I would prefer to use Haslet Soccer Club number 7. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome in. So I'm just going to attach these. I have placed orders for a new set of handles to be installed via NATO rails. So, okay, that's one handle. The second handle. Again, small rig with the double screw positioning. So I'll just install that. This does now make the entire camera rig quite wide, which I guess if you're doing, I guess it adds stabilization because you have a firm grip, not too wide, but also not too tight, maybe. So, okay, so this one I would have to use this Allen key to just add extra tension. And now let's bring this down to here. Oh man, is that even a new account? Let's see. 25th of July. Wow. Okay. What a fuckhead. Right. Well done. Well done. How do I get out of this? Oh, there we go. Done. Yeah, we don't. Oh, it's not working? Oh, I did it as an alias. So WDD. We don't do that here. Yeah, I've added it as that or exclamation mark ban.
We don't do that here.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. So there we go. This is attached 2 side handles to this rig to create a more, I guess, adjustable rig. And then having the battery plate here and then apply down. Done. So now that we've discussed that, yeah, easier to go vertical as well. And if you manage to get yourself like a handle that has 1/4 threads, you might be able to install a plate and then mount it onto a tripod of sorts. So yeah. Yep, side, top. All right, let's... Now, if you remembered, when I unpacked the V-mount rig, it came with this adapter. This is a V-mount plate. So what this will enable me to do is to now say I wanted to use a MPF plate, which then you can mount MPF style batteries to here, and use this as a power source. So we don't need that one in here, so we can remove this. And we'll need to install this that way. Okay, let's tighten that down, and then we'll tighten this down. Oh, that's not the right way. Yep, that's definitely the wrong way. All right, I need to flip this around. And let's go here. So I'm doing it so that the battery catch is on the bottom. So when sliding the battery in, it will latch to the base. Okay, let's just tighten this up. 1, 2. Ooh, okay. The thread of the bolt might interfere with the plate. Yeah, it's going to interfere. So I'm going to have to get a shorter threaded bolt to install this plate to, and I'll use the original one. Okay, so this one here is actually quite short, so we'll use the short one, at least in this scenario. Oh, that's okay. Let's install Lethal. Welcome on in. Are you going to be cotting or war zoning? Tinker time. Okay, let me see if I can find another short threaded 1/4-20 bolt. Hell yeah, nice. So I'm just going through some new equipment that I've acquired, and hopefully we can get everything all working smoothly. Oh, this one. We'll use this one. This is part of the handle. It should be fine. It should be fine. All right, we will get this installed into here. Yes, this is for installing a MPF power plate to a existing V-mount plate. Let me just tighten this up. So, Deadly, are you back? You son bitch. So this here is the Sony
power of the sun.
This is the Sony A6300 that I'm currently rigging up. We've installed a top handle with a NATO rail. Oh, Jesus. Thank you for the bits. You don't have to do that, but much appreciated. Thank you. Let me, oh, hang on. How do we, is it this one? Okay. So just to start off with, an A6300 with a small rig cage, along with 2 side handles, because why not? Then we've installed a quick release NATO rail system with a top mount, as well as an Arca Swiss base plate that then attaches to this bracket, which is also Arca Swiss. So we install that, we'll tighten the knob, and this back plate allows for the mounting of a V-mount battery. Nice. So now we have a camera with a very large battery power supply so that you can run the camera off of this, as well as powering lights or an actual monitor. But not everyone can get access to a V-mount battery, but they might have the ability to get access to a MPF battery. So with this MPF plate and this V-mount mounting bracket, we can now attach it to this system and utilize a MPF battery to provide some power to the camera rig itself. And if you need to still access the back panel of the camera, you just undo this knob here, flip down, and then access the panels. Or if your camera is rigged up to be quite large, then you can extend this section here in order to accommodate for whatever you have rigged up. Okay, lock down, and now we'll twist this knob here to secure the folding position. And yep, there we go. That is how to install a MPF battery onto this rig. And then say if we manage to get your hands on a V-mount, you can just remove the entire system and then install this V-mount. And then attach all your necessary accessories to the V-mount itself. The good thing about the having the MPF plate is that you can now just remove the battery while keeping all your existing accessories connected to the plate. That way you just change the battery and not have to undo cables. And then swap over to a different battery. And then you're in. I'll do that. So in terms of battery size, so V-mounts do carry larger capacities, yes. So this V-mount is this V-mount here is 99 watt hours. This V-mount is 190 watt hours. So let me just bring it side to side. Much bigger. And then in terms of thickness, a bit thinner, but yeah. Yes, 1 watt away. Although I've recently read up on some news articles where some airlines are now restricting users to only carry one power bank under 100 watts hours. So I don't know what they classify a battery as. So that's crazy. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, they've changed their operating practices. So, and you can't use the power bank while in flight as well. So I'm just thinking, wow, okay, are they going to treat this, or not this one, are they going to treat this as a power bank or as a battery? I don't know, because it's actually designed to be a battery, you know, for camera rigs and stuff. It just has the added benefit of accessing USB and DC and all that. So, but unfortunately, because of the size of this bigger battery, I don't think we are able to mount it in this position. Yep, the handle is blocking it. So that's a good point to now extend the plate to then install this larger V-mount battery too. So you can see, whoa, it's heavy. It's back heavy. Yeah, so if you had like a different style of V-mount battery, then you have the ability to make some adjustments on your rig to accommodate for that, especially if you have anything longer or higher or shorter. So yeah, and then slide that in, and that's it. Again, I have ordered handles with NATO rails, so that will make this type of rig more easily broken down during travel. So yeah, and yeah, this is the plate with the V-mount bracket to install. The longer can also act as a locking point. Yes. Yeah, true, to keep batteries safe. So those are the two things that I've ordered. There's more coming, but it hasn't arrived yet. So this is the top handle, which is a NATO rail based system. So we just undo this knob, slide off, and now we can disengage the V-mounts as well as disengage the V-mount plate. And if I had these two handles as NATO rails, then I'll be able to disengage those within a second, and then have the original camera body in its cage to be ready to be packed away or rejigged to something else. Now, let's see. So how do I? Okay. I was going to think of something else, but there's nothing else that I wanted to show at the moment. I do have the Ninja V, but I don't want to use that yet until we get the hard drive caddies in order to do actual testing, as well as getting the monitor mount, which will mount to this setup here. What I do have, I think it did arrive. So let me just go check. What I do have is another NATO rail type setup here. So what the purpose of that is to install it on top of the handle, so that when I mount the monitor, it's a literal quick release removal as well. But now thinking about it, how would you store the monitor? That way then you can either attach the monitor to the handle or undo this, attach the monitor directly to this NATO rail. So you have the ability to do stationary setups where you don't need the top handle. You just mount the monitor to the actual camera cage itself. Or if you know you're going to be doing running and gunning, attach the handle like so, and then attach the monitor to the handle unit itself, and then go from that. So let's go through and see how to mount. So I bought this particular one. This here is from Small Rig, and the reason why I bought this specific NATO rail is these two pins at the bottom. They're what they're called RE locating screws. That, and this handle has that here, so that acts as a anti-twist mechanism. So yeah, let's get that installed if we know how to get this box open. Oh man, my arms are sore. This thing's heavy. Okay, let's go. Okay, and let's see what's in this setup. Oh, it's literally right here, and it comes pre. It's already a 3/8 bolt, so I don't actually have to install an adapter. I can literally install it directly to this top handle. You need to hit the gym, yeah, or just start doing curling. You need to do curls. All right, let's just remove the handle and then just install it on the handle. All right, so here we will now install this this NATO rail with locating RE pins to this hole. I don't know, to be honest. I thought I had to get a step up from 1/4 to 3/8, but according to this, I don't. So I'll just get that installed, and we also have safety pins as well to prevent any accidental slide outs. But now that I'm thinking about it, I might actually have ordered the wrong one because the monitor mount is quite wide. Unless, let me have a look at what I've ordered. Amazon, show me. Orders. Hopefully it shows nothing. Maybe. Okay, so this is the item that I have ordered. This will, the top section will mount to the base of the monitor, whilst the bottom section here is the NATO rail. And looking at this, it does look like it will fit onto the width of this particular NATO rail. So even if it's wider than this, the clamp mechanism itself does have a lever for it to be tightened down onto the NATO rail unit itself. So yeah, all right, I think we should be fine. Unfortunately, these other devices that I've ordered won't be arriving until the 1st of September, according to that delivery time frame. So we're going to be waiting just for those items to arrive. And give me a sec. Let me gauge this locking positioning. Okay, so that way then we have the ability to mount the monitor to the actual top arm itself, or as I mentioned, we can remove the top handle and then mount the monitor to this NATO rail on the camera body itself. And then we can just quickly slide it onto here. Now, oh, it's already locked in. Now, Weakman, say you wanted to mount this onto your gimbal. You just have to undo top handle, and then if these two handles were NATO rails as well, remove those as well, and this plate should be compatible with your plate on the gimbal unit itself. And that way then you just run this as a bare camera without any other accessories. And then when you're ready to remove the camera from the gimbal, you can remove it off the gimbal plate using this Arca Swiss, and then reattach all your rigging if you're continuing to rig. Otherwise you might, depending on what you're doing, you know. Yes, because of the rigging. So here, now we just get that lined up, and then switch over to V-mount battery mode. Slide that in, lock down. Or if your gimbal can handle the weight, you can just remove the top handle and side handles and remove the battery and just have this. But in doing so, I'm not sure if you're also running a battery inside the camera as well, or you might have to reinsert that. But to keep weight down, so I would suggest just using the camera body by itself. And then we attach the battery, and there you go. That is a more lighter weight, budget-friendly setup. I say budget-friendly, but I don't think it is, because this battery costs $140, right? This is an MPF 10,000 milliamp hour battery rated at 76 watt hours. 76 watt hour battery $144. Then you need to buy a plate, which is $80. So that's already $220 just for these two bits. But if you're able to bargain hunt, you can buy an MPF battery for $140. And then slide that in, and making sure that you have all the correct ports on the MPF battery. So I think the FX3 can be ran off a USB-C port, if I'm not mistaken. So you can run the FX3 via USB-C, and then you can use a DC to DC cable to run the Ninja monitor off 12 volt. Or you can just use another battery to attach to the Ninja monitor itself. So there's a whole host of different configurations in terms of power management for the systems that you're going to be using in that regard. So yeah, I think, yeah, once power.
Unless you've got power.
Yeah, small, compact, big batteries, so you know it's going to last quite a long time. One thing I might suggest as well, and this is a very small forethought, but I've only just remembered it, is cable clamps. So in this scenario, the HDMI output is coming out from here. This is on this specific camera. It might be different for other cameras, but cable management, I think, is key in terms of keeping your rig very efficient and minimalistic. FX is also on the left side. Okay, good. So let me start by connecting a cable. This here is a micro HDMI cable, and we'll just plug that into here. Now, say we had a monitor, and this is going to go up to the monitor. I actually do have a monitor. I won't use the Ninja 5. I'll use my other one. Hang on. It's got to make this thing fucking heavy. Okay. All right, so this monitor, ooh, it has a, okay, let me just undo this one. I'll just put this camera away for a second. I might have to look for one of the Arca Swiss adapters so I can use that. All right, let's undo this, and we'll just check to see if this particular monitor recorder has locating pins. It does not, so I won't be able to use one of my other monitor mounts that swivels. So I'll just use a standard hot shoe device or accessory. So we'll just get that in as tight as possible. Tighten up that. Camera storage question, dry box. If you're in a high humidity area and you're going to be using your equipment quite a lot, dry boxes is, I think, pretty good to use for the more sensitive equipment, so you don't have fungus and bacteria growing, which then causes issues in your systems. All right, so here we have a Ninja monitor. This is the Ninja Inferno, capable of 4K. Let's now attach this to the top handle. And yeah, this is now becoming a bit more ridiculous. Shit. Okay, you can't see this. Hang on. Zoom. Fucking. Alright, you're going to see my pants. Adriel, welcome in. This monitor is almost as big as the camera unit itself. It's huge. Oh, man. So, again, this... Okay, the camera switched scenes, not me. All right, so This, oh, hey, you might get confused. Let me just switch to fisheye here. Okay, so that's what she said. Here is the HDMI output from the camera unit itself, and then we'll attach it to the monitor. And this is getting quite heavy. So as you can see, it's attached, but this cable is unfortunately in the way. So any quick movements, you might accidentally snag it, or if you move around too much, you might actually accidentally snag it, and you may cause damage to the port itself on the camera, which is not what you want to do ever. So that is where good cable management and securing cable comes in. So, Jesus. Yeah, yes, that's something that you would definitely like to avoid. So to, I guess, minimize the potential hazards of cabling is to get yourself some adapters. However, I'm not sure whether or not these adapters might degrade the 4K signal coming out from your camera, because we bought like a $80 cable which is rated for HDMI 4K. So whether or not an adapter will degrade that signal might be something to look into, but let's just test that out now. All right, we need to look for a right angled HDMI adapter. Here's one that I have. Yep, so this is a angled HDMI adapter. So we'll get that unplugged. We'll plug it into here, and we'll plug it into one of the HDMI ports. Okay, so now that's prevented the cable from sticking out too much, so at least that's that. Now, unfortunately, if you're going to be using the handle of this camera, the cable is still in that position. So what we'll do is, top down, we will install a clamp. So this attaches via a 1/4 thread, and it has these knobs which pinches like a vice. So it creates a pinching clamp force on cabling to prevent it from moving too much. Now this one is from Small Rig, and it has 2 clamps in order to secure the cabling. Yes, so as you can see here, this cable is still loose, and thus it may cause damage to the micro HDMI port here. JPR, welcome in. So I'm now going to install this into a position where it makes a lot more sense for the cables, for the cable to flow to the monitor. So now let me, I can't see shit. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm just going to remove the monitor because I can't actually get anything installed. So let me just remove that. Yes, new gear, yes. Part of which will be going to Weakman's FX3. Some gear though I've got, but it's not yet available. It's not yet good to show off yet because it's not all the parts are in. So there's no point showing it off if it's only having half the parts available. So okay, let me just secure this down. Okay, so again, we have here the HDMI cable coming out from the A6300. I will now use this clamp to feed the cable through and then screw down to provide a secured mount to this cable. So there is still a danger for the cable to be pushed downwards, thus causing a damage to the HDMI port. So I might have to 3D print some kind of a bracket here to create some kind of a brace for this, so that it doesn't wiggle too much down. Yeah. All right, let me now, that's not really the best way that I wanted to do, but let me just play around with this a little bit more. So I'll try to move this cable slack closer to this handle ridge, so it's not going to be too much of a hassle. So let's, oh, I can, you know what, break everything down. Done. Okay. There we go. See, so we can break everything down to get access to everything more easily. Wait, opening door. Okay, let me, okay, undo that. I might position this to a higher location. Okay, maybe not, because the NATO rail is blocking that. Dang, okay, can't do that. Let's put that there. Let's undo this, give it a little bit more slack, put it towards here. Nope. We'll put it here. Hello, Potato Rat. Hope you're well. Or is it Jesse? Okay. So now I've... All right, sorry. I just got to go do something. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Yes, I shall return in 5 minutes. Bye. Ooh, hang on. CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me. Degrees on one end. 35. Okay, let's quickly look at the... What's that say? Focus. 200. Okay. So the air fryer can reach 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit. Oh. It's windy.
It's like long hair club.
Long hair club, yes. Door. Oh, no, never mind.
Too short.
Too short. All right. Fabio. Oh, here we go. Here we go, man. Fabio. Thank you, though. Bless. I wish you. Okay, I don't know what she is. Oh, there she's over there. Do we need to go into Sun City?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and then find another taxi that way, because this is going to be bonkers. Lloyd. Milk, please. Bless. But let me spin you around because that's enough sunset. Oh shit. I can hear it. Gotta go. Can you hear the rain? Can you hear the fucking rain? Okay. Oh yeah. Two. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. Let's go. Apologize to everyone, but at the same time I don't apologize at all. I'm doing this is content. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Bless.
집에 가면서 먹으려고 소영아.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. Weak man!
You okay? Wake up!
No, I'm
You were kidding about that Snoopy here.
So the fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. Now that we're here, let's have. That's. Oh. Yeah, in overlay, in overlays. And hopefully, it should be able to survive the majority of general wear and tear. So just seeing if that actually triggers something. Hang on. Why is that camera not working? It should be working. It was working when I was showing off the camera. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Welcome back. I didn't realize ads started. All right. So, where were we? Okay. Top down. So I've installed a clamp mechanism.
But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
So now that I've installed a clamp mechanism to secure this HDMI cable, I will now be able to attach the top handle, secure, and now I'll be able to attach the monitor mount. This is not the way that I'll be doing it for the Ninja 5, but this is what I have on hand. So I'll be attaching this to the cold shoe mount that's on the handle unit itself, and we will now bring up the HDMI cable and plugging it into the monitor. So at least now in this scenario, when reaching over to this grip in particular, the cabling shouldn't be in the way too much to cause any issues of it grabbing or nicking in this situation. So but yeah, let's put on the battery. Now this monitor is able to be powered via DC power or MPF battery as well. But I don't know if I have a DC barrel cable that's long enough to reach from here to the V-mount base. Yeah. Do you want me to put a battery, or let me so we won't use a battery on here. So let me install a hard drive. So hard drive's installed. This is also plastic as well, so it may not register as the correct weight. Okay, let's see. Fisheye. The only scale I have is one for luggage, so it may not even read it correctly. So assuming, let's just remove the battery from the camera. Assuming that we are using either a dummy battery for the camera or via USB, and assuming we have a DC barrel plug to connect to the monitor, there are no other batteries on the system except for the V-mount battery. So the V-mount will power the camera and the monitor. Let's now get this weight. Okay, I don't know if that's even correct. Apparently, it's 3.2 kilos. I could be wrong. Let me try again. But I don't want to damage anything. It says 3. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. Now it's 1.8. 3. 3, yeah. So averaging, it's about 3 kilos. With the monitor, no battery. The camera, no battery. 1 V mount. And yeah. I'll see if I have a long enough DC cable and just run everything off the battery. Can the camera be powered off the battery via USB? It's an older camera, so I don't know if that's even possible with the micro USB. I know that USB-C, it has good enough power transfer to keep the camera running while connected to USB cable. Not sure if that's the same in this case. Okay. So here is a DC cable. It's very short, so I may have to do some magic to get it to reach to the V-mount battery. So there's that one. So then I need a extension. Oh, I've got a 12 volt converter, so I could convert from USB-C to 12 volt. So we could do that. I just need to double check what the actual voltage is and not cause too much of an issue. Okay, let's just quickly test this cable. I'll just double check just to make sure it fits into the barrel. Otherwise we might need an adapter. Alright, so it looks like it fits, but I won't know until we power it on. So this here is a USB-C converted into a DC barrel plug. But in order to check the voltage, I will need to use a meter, which I have here. So let's now plug in to USB-C. And now let's plug into this meter to determine what voltage this is programmed at. All right, looks like it's programmed to be 12 volts. Oh, okay, English. Give it a sec. 3, 2, 1. All right, so it's reading this particular cable at 12 volts, so that's good. Now I'll just quickly shove that into the back of the Ninja and see if it actually powers on. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes the Ninja requires a very specific barrel plug. So there are two types of barrel plugs. There's 5.5 mil by 2.1 mil, and there is another barrel plug that's 5.5 mil by 2.5 mil. So yeah, it's a fraction, but there we go. All right, so the V mount is now powering the monitor. I will now look for excuse me, a micro USB to see if that is enough power for the camera to run off. And I'll just tilt the camera that way so it doesn't fall or trip. I found one, but I don't know if it's going to be good or not. So let's try it out. So I'm plugging in the micro USB into the A6300 and the other end into the USB port of this V-mount battery. All right, now I'm going to power on the A6300. Nope, it doesn't look like there's enough power to be running off the 6300. But because of how small the battery is, I do think that weight is not really an issue because of how small this battery is. So let's now insert that. Okay, we'll just check to see if this orange light will pop up. That will determine that this camera is now being charged via micro USB. All right, now I'm now powering on the camera. And now the camera is on. And we have a signal being pushed into the monitor. But if you look on the very top menu corner of the monitor, it states 1080p 60 or 59.94 frames per second. So, and that's with this cable here. Oh, it's very finicky. Okay. Yep. So this cable and this adapter might be very finicky. Yep. So what I might have to do now, I'm going to convert the output of this camera to 4K because the A6300 is able to do so. And in order to do that, I need to access the back panel. So I need to now undo the knob and I'll tilt this down. And now I will access the screen of the menu system. Let's go to menu. Let's go to the toolbox. I'm not sure why it's doing that. It keeps blinking on and off, and I haven't really done anything. All right, let's now go to the monitor or HDMI settings. HDMI resolution output, 4K or 1080p. HDMI output, 60p or 24 frames. I'm going to go 60p. And I'm going to now switch the recording modes to 4K. So file format, we go to XAVC 4K. And then I'm switching to recording setting 1080p. Sorry, not 1080p. 4K at 30 frames per second at 100 megabit per second. That's now converted the resolution, the incoming resolution of the monitor from 1080p 59.94 and it's now changed it to an incoming transmission of 4K at 29.97. So it looks like this cable is able to do 4K. But Sleep, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. It certainly has been a while, yes. What I might do is I might change over the HDMI cable to the 4K variant. So this is one directly from Atomos with a micro HDMI port. And I'll plug this in. I'll plug it directly into the monitor. And then another test, I'll plug it in using this elbow bracket. So we don't need the screen anymore. We can now fold up this V-mount battery and tighten the knob. And let's now undo the safety clamp of this HDMI cable. We'll now remove this HDMI cable. I will now install this HDMI cable. Oh, that way. And now, unfortunately, because of how short and thick this cable is, there's no way to utilize these clamping mechanisms to hold and secure these cables too. So now I will just have to finesse this cable to the port. And now we have a signal coming in from the A6300 as a 4K signal that's been read by the Ninja. Yeah, so let me bring up this is the rig. It's a massive monitor, 7-inch. But it's capable of recording internally onto a SSD drive 4K up to 30 frames per second in ProRes HQ, whatever that format profile is. So this is an older monitor recorder setup, so it's unable to do ProRes RAW. So yeah, there's that. I think according to the hard drive, I have about 10 minutes of recording in 4K at ProRes HQ. This entire thing, no. You gotta have to strip it down to its bare minimum. Would SSD be able to take slow-mo? Yeah. I think you need to set the settings in camera first. Like, if you set it to 1080p 240 frames per second, then I think the monitor will be, if it has that functionality, can record the incoming transmission of 1080p 240 frames per second in ProRes. So it's not fast enough. Well, depending on your SSD, because you can get SSD that can do transfer speeds of 600 megabit per second. I think I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've had to look at specs based on SSDs. But yeah. So now we have all the cabling as well as the internal battery. I'll do another measurement weight test. Okay, let's top face. Right. What is it? Okay. Again, this isn't really the most accurate measuring tool. So let's let's go there. Go here. Go here. Yeah, true. All right, here we go. Lifting 3.2. Okay, let's try again. Hold. Make sure no other items are interfering. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3.3. Let's do one more. We'll do a set of averages. 3.3. Okay, so apparently adding the camera battery as well as a couple of cables has increased it by almost 300 grams. Oh man. All right, I'm now going to try to use this angled HDMI adapter to see whether or not we still retain the 4K incoming transmission via HDMI. All right, so we'll just unplug. We'll now connect it, and I'll just have to position it like so. Okay, so using this adapter, which is a very cheap adapter, we're still able to retain the 4K 29.97 incoming transmission from the A6300. Again, this has now made the cabling a bit more friendlier in this regard. So this is again without the battery for the monitor system, but we are using an internal battery for the A6300 instead of a dummy battery. I could try and pull out the dummy battery now, but that might be a bit too much work to try and get that to be working. So yeah, this is a rig utilizing the cage, the top handle, the V-mount, side handles. You feel like not having a battery on the top monitor makes it, yeah, that's true, yeah. You could make it not so top heavy. And with the monitor mount that's going to be arriving soon, I have the ability to tilt up and down or swivel. And let's now try with, sorry about the volume. Let's now try with the MPF battery. All right, let me now turn off the camera. Let me now turn off the monitor. All right, great. All right, let's now remove the cabling. Now let's remove the MPF battery. Now let's install the V-mount battery with the V-mount plate. Now, this setup has very limited USB ports. So we have a DC 7.4 volt. We have a DC 12 volt, which would most likely be used to power the monitor. But in this instance, we only have USB-C. This battery plate does have a USB-C port, so we can utilize that. And the battery unit itself does have a USB type A port, so we can use that. Otherwise, we would use a 7.4 volt DC to a dummy battery to power the camera, and then a 12 volt DC to power the monitor itself, instead of using USB-C and USB-C type A. That being said, there's already a battery inside the camera, so that's not really as of a appropriate test, but we'll have a look. All right, let's plug in the the USB cable for the camera. And now let's check. We do have an orange light which indicates charging is starting. And now I will plug in the USB-C cable, which is the converter for the 12-volt power input for the monitor system, and that will plug into the plate unit itself. And in the previous battery, this thing lit up red. So right now, okay, this battery plate does actually have an on-off button. So we have to hold down this button in order to enable this battery plate. So now we should see a red indicator light. All right, let's now power on the monitor. Oh, okay. So something happened. As soon as I powered on the monitor, the battery plate flashed. So it might mean there might not be enough USB power to convert to the USB monitor's power input. So let's try again. 1, 2, 3. Yep, it just doesn't work. So in this regard, I will now switch over to DC barrel plugs. So I might have enough slack in some of these DC barrel plugs to try and utilize just the plate unit itself. All right, let's just move all that there. Now I know I bought extensions specific for this. Where did I put them? I don't know. Okay, let me put that there. So we can put the mount away. Let me try one more time to look for that power extension. It's a very small one too, so it's not in there. Okay, I have to go through the whole bag. Doesn't look like it's in here. That's fine. It's good. We'll just move on and not worry about it. Next one. Just pull all these out so we'll figure it out. Okay, it's not there. It's not there either. Moving on. It might be in this one, but I'll just check these other bags first. Nope, not that one. Not this one either. Okay. Right. So we know that it's not in these ones. That's a good start. Try one more. Oh, these are USBs. Right. Cool. It's not on those ones. All right, now let's try here. It's a bundled. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Extensions. So angled, and then extenders. So let's just check to see if this actually fits in. Or it might be too loose. Nope, that fits. And now we will double check which extension we should use. So all these I've had to solder and custom make. So yeah, a very unique situation here. All right, so we need a 2.5 to plug into the 12 volt of the plate, and then hopefully that will Okay, that doesn't work that way. So is it... This looks like it's 2.5 in each barrel. So we go there, and then we plug it into here. It doesn't work either. Nope. Okay. We might try the 2.5 angled DC extension, and hoping that the Atomus monitor is able to pick that up. Okay, let's go here and let's do this. Okay, let's now power on the MPF battery plate. It is now powered on. Now let's power on the monitor. 1, 2, 3. It may not work because of the barrel sizing. So let's, yep, it's on. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. So we may need to step up the DC plug. This is a 2.1 to 2.5. Okay, MPF battery plate is still on, powering on the monitor. No dice. Okay. Let's see here. What's this one? 2 point. That's the same. It could be the cable from the MPF plate to this adapter. So let's switch over to a different sized cable. And plug that into the adapter. 1, 2, 3. It could be the adapter. So if we use a 2.1 or 2.5. Oh, that's a tiny one. All right, let's try a different adapter. Well, you're in the Philippines. I'm pretty sure you can find some cheap, or I'm pretty sure you can find like a electronics person who can do it for cheap. I'm pretty sure, right? Okay. I just want to check to see if we're receiving power. So we are receiving power, 12 volt, from this configuration. So let's see why the monitor isn't powering on. Power banks are sometimes like that. Ah, true. All right, that doesn't seem to be working. Fine, you know, we will continue onward to try and suss out any issues. Ooh, okay, this... So this detects it, but if we plug it into a extension, it does not. Okay, so it might be to do with the voltages, quite possibly. So this barrel plug does provide 12 volt. The Atomus Ninja, so the Atomus Inferno, has a voltage range between 6.2 volts and 14.8 volts. So it's well within the tolerances of what this voltage input is, but for some reason it's not turning on. So let's try again. Power on, powering on. Nothing. Okay, that's fine. What we can do, instead of using the plate to power on devices, we can just use the ports of the actual battery unit itself. So this battery has a USB-C port, which is rated for 30 watts in and out, as well as a USB port. So you could use a dummy plate for the MPF without any ports, and we will just use this. All right. Again, this will most likely drain the battery so fast, it may not be as a benefit to your setup. 1, 2, 3. It's receiving power because there's a red light here. Oh, okay. So the battery unit itself is able to power the Ninja Inferno via the USB-C port. Now let's see if we can provide charge to the A6300. And the battery plate is turned off, so there's no power being transmitted to the plate. And if we were to plug in this cable, and now we'll turn on the camera. Oh, okay. It must be the HDMI cable unit itself. With the way it's positioned and the HDMI port may have caused the screen being very finicky. So there you go. We have now a somewhat more portable setup using one MPF battery with USB output and USB-C output to power on the Ninja monitor, as well as powering or providing power to the camera itself. So when using external batteries, there's no danger of... What do you mean by overcharging? I'm not familiar. Overcharging. Let me tidy up this. I'll turn off everything and tidy up the cabling to make it a bit more friendly. Friendlier. I might also use a angled adapter so that the bottom cable isn't sticking out and causing a possible hazard to kink the cable. So let's power off the monitor, and we'll now power off the camera. Boom. So that does not happen because FX will not have an well, I think it might be best to keep the battery inside the FX3. If any event the external battery dies, at least the FX3 is still on. And if you're also recording inside the FX3, then at least that that video won't get powered off, and thus you'll be left with a corrupted video file, which is something you might need to look into as well. Weak man, as it's not as scary, but it does happen, where the camera will just shut off and the internal recording on the SD card will become corrupted. There are, at least for Sony and Panasonic, I have dealt with ways of being able to recover that specific corrupted file on the SD card. It does require for you to not format or delete the card, or make any modifications to the card. I swear I've got a shorter cable, and it's you know what, it's fine. We'll just use this. Okay, let me see if I can use a different USB adapter to try and get the cabling in a way that it's not too much of a hassle. All right, if we put angled here. All right, and then we'll use the USB-C one to stick out to the right side. Okay, so we could tuck the adapter to here and then plug it into the USB-C, and then we could then just use some fasteners. Oh, I've picked up the wrong way and all the fasteners fell out. Okay. Okay. We'll use some fasteners to do some quick cable management. This one. I might try to see if this, where is it? The angled DC plug is the issue and not the actual custom cables I've made myself. So I'm just going to test this out here. I might have plugged it into the wrong spot. Now that I'm just testing all this out, I might have actually plugged it in. Because I wasn't looking in the back, I might have accidentally plugged into here, which is which is a hole for the screw. I might have plugged the barrel into here and not into the actual DC input. Shit. Oh, all right. Let me just quickly check this to make sure that the actual cable works. 1, 2, 3. All right, we've got a light on. Oh, you guys can't see that. All right, so at least I know that this adapter works. Okay, so let's now where's that custom cable? It's not that one. It's okay. I literally had it in my hand. Don't need that one. We don't need this one for now. We don't need that one. We'll just tidy up the table, the workspace. All right. All right. Let's now test with the custom cable. I feel so stupid. 1, 2, 3. Powered off. Okay, now let's disengage. Let's now plug in. Let's double check here. MPF plate is now powered. I'll now double check this end of the adapter. It's 12 volt. Great. Okay, now let's try this instead of using the USB-C adapter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got red light. We got power. You got power. All right. Unless you've got power. So, whether or not you want to continue using just USB to provide top-up power to the camera, or you want to switch to the dummy battery, that's entirely up to you and how you do your setup. I would, at least in this scenario, I would personally like to just utilize a top-up power. That way then the camera will still have power in the event this battery depletes. So in that instance, I'm still going to go ahead with this USB cable, even though I know I've got shorter ones. Oh, yes. This might not be short, but it's flat. And what we can do is just... So this is from Zhiyun Crane as part of their setups from before. It's unfortunately, they use the rubber that's now become very sticky. So I just need to get... Yeah, at least we know the wire ain't bad. It's just me. I stuck it in the wrong hole. That's what she said. I know. All right. Now, because it's such a... this cable is actually good for providing charge power. So let me just get this tidied up a little bit more. That should be fine. All right. Now we will use a fastener to be a bit more cable management friendly. And then we'll put that over here. So if this MPF battery plate had a standard USB output, then we could use that. But because this doesn't, we'll have to use... Oh, hang on. Hang on. I got an idea. Come on, stay. The idea. Where's the idea? Stay. Please stay. Idea. Nope. Idea is drifting away. Okay. What I want to use is a... Oh yes, here it is. A USB on the go. So this is a USB-C to full-size USB. So we could use the USB-C port on the plate itself. So let's undo that, and we'll use that. And if we can find it. Okay. It would be nice if there was a USB-C to micro USB cable. That would definitely minimize all this. Now, unfortunately, because of this extension reaching over to the handle has now become another hazard. So I will wait, where's that USB-C cable? We can use that adapter. We can use this USB-C angled to then reposition this cable such that it is not going to be in the way of interfering with grabbing the handle and snagging accidentally on anything. Okay, we're now powering everything from the plate and not the battery itself. So now, moment of truth. Let's now power on the camera. there we go. So now we have main face. Now we have a MPF battery along with a plate that's powering the monitor, recorder, as well as providing top up power to the A6300. So in the event that there is a power drain, and you shouldn't do this at all, but we're not recording on the monitor, and I don't think we're recording on the camera. So I'm going to yank the battery out, and the camera should still be active. But in order to see that, I need to loosen this. Okay. So as you can see, the battery, the camera screen is on, as well as the monitor. So I'm now going to intentionally remove the power, and the camera should still be active. 3, 2, 1. There you go. The camera is still active. The monitor has unfortunately turned off because there's no battery installed on it. But now applying the plate, and now repowering on the monitor. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, because we've yanked the battery from the plate, we will have to re-enable the plate to be turned on. So 1, 2, 3. Now the plate is turned on. We should now be able to turn on the monitor. Yes. What you can do now in that regard, if you wanted to keep this entire setup not too heavy, you could get yourself a smaller MPF battery and have that attached to the monitor. That way then, in the event where the main power source dies, it should still be able to run off its battery. It won't be charging the battery. So it becomes a hot swap setup. I've forgotten which one was number 1, so I'll plug this in. Oh, right now on the monitor, you can see that on the top right hand corner, you should be able to see the 2 battery icons, and both of those have X's next to it. And on the far right, we have a battery green that says DC. That means it's coming in from this DC plug here. So I'm now going to add, oh my God. Yeah, the cable, the port here is very finicky. So in this setup, it's not great at all. It's not great at all. All right, I'm now going to add the battery to the bottom slot. The Ninja only has 1 slot, so this one has 2. Okay, I've attached the shorter battery to this monitor, and as you can see, the battery icon labeled number 2 has now got a battery icon next to it. So let's now try another abrupt disconnect. And now I'll slide the battery down again, so the screen, you can see that it is a camera that's turned on. Okay, this battery is now going to deplete. 3, 2, 1. All right. So now we don't have to unplug any cables from this battery because it's all part of the plate. And that is one connected to the camera and one is connected to the DC of the monitor. And now the monitor is running off this shorter battery, which means it's still weight, but in comparison to this big fucker here, it just provides a very short opportunity for you to stop or pause recording or whatever you need to do in order to get mains power back on. So we swap out a new battery. Say this one, the first one depleted. We'll now plug in the second one, and now we'll turn on the MPF plate, because right now, and I'll show you top down. Right now the monitor is running off battery. There's no DC icon, and the camera is running off its internal battery 100%. So now let's power on the plate. 1, 2, 3. The plate is now on, and now the monitor has switched to DC power mode, and the A6300 is now running in DC mode and not battery mode. Okay. Whew. Okay. It slipped. Yes. This is more rigging for more cameras that require a lot larger setups. Oh yeah, my biceps are just sore now. Because usually I'm not holding things. I'm not normally holding things above my shoulders, right? Normally, if I'm holding camera, it's either below my shoulders or I have my arms tucked in to create contact point. So yeah, so if you keep, do this with your workout. Yeah, so again, this is such a large monitor, it's too big for the use case of run and gun filmmaking. Now, that being said, I do see a issue, at least with my setup, is that the cable is now the micro HDMI cable is so thick it's unable to bend in order to allow for access to this grip. And as you can see, as soon as I wiggled, it disconnected the incoming transmission. Oof, just tap, 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 tap. So you may have to look for a right-angled orientated cable unit itself, or use a cable that should be compatible with 4K. Even though this is like a $80 cable, it's the ports that's causing some flickering. So now, if I were to switch back to the other HDMI cable that I was using, which ironically was able to support 4K 30, it's thinner and it's a lot more tangible as opposed to the thicker cable. Oh, see, I just tapped it once. All right, let's now remove this cable. I guess for running gun, it may not be the best option. So now let's plug in this micro HDMI cable, and because of how thinner it is, it is now a little bit more tangible to be manipulated into a position where it's not going to be in the way of the hand. And now we can connect this either to the right angled adapter, which will now make it for a more cleaner setup, so it's not, the cabling isn't going to be in the way when trying to manipulate these things. I do have a USB to micro USB cable, but they're specifically designed for the gimbals, the DJI Ronin gimbal or the Weeble S gimbal. I'm pretty sure they do allow for power pass-through. Another thing as well, I might try a different DC adapter, just so that it's not too much of another cable snag situation. Let me check here. So this is another cable that I've made, but unfortunately, right, I'll turn off the monitor. We might do a swaps. So we have, okay, that angle doesn't work. That one does. It's great. Let's now see if this one works. And okay. Oh, that felt too loose, so that might not work at all. Let's try the power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got a red indicator light. Great. Now I'm going to look for a USB type C to micro USB. Okay, I thought I saw an adapter before. Hang on. Oh, it's the wrong way. So I have a right-angled micro USB, but it's in the wrong direction. So we won't be able to use that one. Let me just tidy up this. Okay, we don't. So all the DCs, I'm just gonna literally shove into one bag, so I know where all of them are. So these are all DC power. DC power. These are all extra cabling as part of DC power. We won't need any of those. Oh, that might be too long though. If we just have a single cable, but I don't think these are. No, these are not rated for 2.5 mil. Okay, no, never mind. We'll leave it. We'll think about it later. DC, 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 DC. Right, doesn't look like there's any more DC type cables. Alright, let's look for a USB type C which will connect to a micro USB. Oh, nope, that's not it. These are all micro USB extenders. Micro USB extenders, so nope. This is on the go. Sony multi-camera. I don't know if it was that cable that I was thinking of. We'll keep that open. Pack this away. We'll also pack away this USB angled adapter so I don't lose that. Was I just in here? Might be this one, but it might be too short. So I might grab a... Ooh. Okay, let's see. Let's grab that one. And there is another cable I just saw that might be fitting. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's... Chewy, welcome in. Doing well. Just going through some cable management. So, oh shit. All right, what I want to do, I'm just going to power off the camera and power off the monitor. Probably, maybe. I don't know how to send it to you. As in wire, free cable. All right, let me just remove this. So I am using a USB-C angled to a USB-C to USB type A, which is then connected to a USB type A to micro USB. Now I've managed to find myself this cable. So this is, I believe this is used for one of the gimbals. I just can't remember which one. So we have a USB type here, and then we have a micro USB here. And unfortunately, I've just realized it is facing in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's facing in the wrong direction. So we can't use this. Son of a bitch. Fucking shit. Yeah, having... Oh, that's right. You did mention that last time, right? Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Damn. Sorry to hear about that, man. Hopefully you're good now, or are you still dealing with some shit? Okay, let's see. USB to micro. So we'll still have to use this then. But we could use the short version here. Keep it all nice and tight. We could do that and then bring this up to here. Oh, so we need to bring it, loop it that way. Would that work? Would that be in the way? Oh yeah, this is not the best handle. So as long as the cable isn't going to be in the process of being snagged as soon as I move positions into here. Replace the motherboard, then the PSU went out a week later, all good. Got a 850 gold PSU. Should have. Oh, nice. Yeah. It was a random power outage, and that unfortunately killed my PCs and one PC, sorry. And end of the day. All for you, Chewy. So that sudden power surge unfortunately destroyed my PSU. And luckily I had another PC with a more higher PSU, and I still had all my OEM cables for that PSU, and I was able to transfer it to this PC, and now it's running fine. And now I've also installed a UPS just for the PC and one monitor. So in the event power outages happens, one monitor, and the PC will still be powered for about 20 minutes, and then all right. Should I use the white cable? So right now I'm just doing quite a bit of cable management to try and tuck away cabling so it's not in the way. Also, the router is in a different room, so I might have to think about trying to get another UPS just for the router and the NBN box, which is where the internet comes from. Yeah. Okay, let's turn that off. I think I might switch to a different micro USB cable just because of the... This is USB-C. What the fuck? It's okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we will traverse this USB-C cable upwards. Oh, you guys can't see anything. Top down.
Deadlit TV _ rated my stream with 2 viewers.
Welcome in, Deadly. Welcome back.
Lethal Shadow _ rated my stream with 2 viewers.
Guys, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. How was Warzone? Sorry I wasn't able to jump on. Been going through some of the equipment list here, but appreciate it all the same. Thank you for the raid. All good? Laggy for you? Oh, any relay issues this time around? Or is everything all back on track? Room looks cleaner. What, my room? I haven't done shit. I haven't done shit. But thank you. Same. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you for that. I haven't played Warzone since yesterday, so I might hop on tomorrow. So a tiny bit right there. You can see right to the back. So right now I'm working on camera rig, which utilizes a top handle, a battery plate, a battery, side handles, as well as having everything essentially be able to be disassembled. So this is the A6300 with a cage. This rig is actually for Weakman. He has the Sony FX3 in the Philippines. So most of the equipment I was able to get at a pretty good deal during one of the sales in eBay. And I bought it all, and I'll be planning to go to the Philippines in mid-October after PAX. So yeah. So Weakman and JPR in the Philippines also do some movie content. So yeah, but I'm just using my Sony A6300 sort of as the platform to mount all this together. The idea essentially is to have everything to be able to be disconnected relatively quickly. So we'll do that now, yeah? Okay. We'll have to go up to the top camera. Just got off grounded 2. A friend gives it to you and it was the day PSU died. Oh, that's right. You did mention that before, yeah. All right, All right, here we go. So we have a monitor mount. So we have a monitor mounted. So let's disconnect. 1, 2. Okay, monitor off. Top handle off. We'll just disconnect this cable and this cable, and then we'll do base bracket off with the battery. And the camera just switched again. And then these 2 handles I will have NATO rails installed, so it will be essentially the same as the top handle. So it will be unscrew the mount, remove, unscrew the mount, remove, and then all we'll be left with is the camera. But let me see if I can do it by hand. And this one, we will need an Allen key, just because I've over tightened it in order for it to not move. Oh, something's wrong. Back out. Done. All right, and then we'll just remove this cable here. We'll leave the HDMI connected, and now we can put this, and we can just undo this and just tuck it away here, and now we can put this in the camera bag without any items sticking out or making it a bit of an odd shaped. We need to stop watch, yeah, for sure. Okay, so assembling. You get to your gig. Okay, it's time to assemble. We'll now start to assemble. You bought a new SSD. How hard is it to copy? Wait, what are you copying? Your OS? You should be able to. I've done it before. You should be able to do a full clone copy of your existing operating system onto the new SSD. I can't remember how I did it. I know I wrote a Discord post because one of my hard drives fucked up. So I know I wrote a Discord post. Okay, tech discussions. RTMP, nope. Streaming, no. Where? Let me look for backup. Streaming, Discord backup. Nope, not that one. Hard drive backup. Yep. Okay. So if you were to go into my Discord and just type in hard drive backup, that's what I've done in the past. So I've recently ordered a 1 terabyte SSD M.2 hard drive. You extended it to make the local drive to one. Turn off PC unplugged. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Have a look for hard drive backups in my Discord. It's located in Tech Discussions software. I have used a software called Macrium Free Software in order to clone the existing drive. So you can clone it, and you can partition as well, but you want to expand, so you might have to. Yeah, there might be some steps that might need to do, but yeah, should be all fine. But all good. All right. You're just going to copy to expand. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Excuse me. All right, I guess we could leave this one attached. Okay, maybe not that one. We'll leave this one attached. And then the USB, we could leave that one attached as well. Because that's going to connect to the camera. Until I can get a better system to... Yeah. So I might leave all that attached. We'll go this down. No worries, Chewy. Hope you had a great... Hope everything's running fine with your PSU. Yeah, get some good sleep. All good, man. Thank you. Oh, man. Sorry. All right, so this is the plate with the MPF plate. So we can maybe tuck that into like a pocket or something. Battery. One side handle. Two side handles. Then we have three side. Then we have the top handle. And the HDMI is going to stay on the camera because it's attached to the camera cable clamp that I have here. Yep. And then we have the monitor with its own MPF battery. So that's 2 batteries at the very least. And then we can, if you wanted to, pull out the battery from the Sony. So that's 3 batteries in this rig right now. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Hang on. I'll just tidy up a bit. It's always something. It's always something here. Okay. Boom, boom. And one more. Yeah. Again, yes. So much room. For those who have raided Deadly and Lethal, if you guys need to get raid and run, by all means, go right ahead. No biggie. But again, thank you for the raid. And yeah, we'll continue on with this endeavor and shenanigans. I might put the Velcro with the fasteners. It's all in one spot. Put it up there. We don't need this cable. We might need that cable. We don't need that cable. We definitely need to keep this cable. We can put this in. All right, more room. Yeah, so this is pretty much it for this one rig. And all this, you can probably fit into a camera bag for sure. Because the camera will slot in, maybe with another lens. Then you will have this adapter. Then you have three handles, 2 sides, 1 top, and then batteries. So the monitor itself will actually be quite small. I haven't opened it yet. I might. But if you were to open up the box is smaller than the monitor. What the fuck? Okay, hang on. Some shit just keeps dropping. But yeah, this is the Ninja 5.2 inch. Do you want me to open it, weak man? Or do you want to wait? Just so that you guys can get a comparison of the sizing. And I don't have the right mounts to mount it to the way that I envision it. Okay, let me clear the table first. Actually, I might assemble now. All right, weak man, you ready? So we'll assemble everything without the monitor. Oh no, wait. We'll unbox. We'll unbox it. Yeah. We'll unbox it and then attempt to. Oh no! Weakman has purchased it. He's given me money. I bought it from eBay during the sales. 20%. 20% off, and that's. So this monitor was priced at $1,000. 20% off is $200. And Weakman's in the Philippines. He's unable to get that type of deal ever. All right, let's shit's just going crazy. Oh man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then the other $200, the $200 saving, we bought other things as well. So to use with this device. Okay, let's just. Okay, you know what? Unboxing? Nah. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of unboxing videos anyway, so all good. All right. This is the Ninja 5. There is a previous model called the Ninja V. This here is called the Ninja 5. The difference between the two is that this is a larger screen and it is able to do 6K RAW in ProRes. And I believe there's a few other extra items as well. Is that a yes, weak man? Are we ready? Rah! Are you ready? Okay, here we go. So, much like newer packaging from Apple and more higher brands, they have these security tabs to let you know that this box hasn't been opened before. So let's peel and peel. Oh, peel again. I do have a screen protector. Hang on. That came in. Unless I snapped it. Nope. Okay. Wow. Okay. I found it was very appealing. Yes. Yes, it was. All right. This is a screen protector actually designed to fit the Ninja that I had to buy from a different store because the store that I bought the Ninja from didn't actually have the screen protector on. Okay, ready? Holy shit. Okay, hang on. Let me get the other one. All right, let's go here. Oh, wow. Okay, the material feels... It's a metal frame. It's a full metal frame on the outside. The back is plastic. So it's a full metal frame all the way around, but the adapter plates, it's all plastic here. This is a 7-inch monitor recorder, the Ninja Inferno. This is a 5.2-inch monitor recorder. This records in 6K RAW. This is only able to record 4K up to 30 frames per second in ProRes HQ. Now let's just check out what else is in the box. Las uns los Legend. Okay. We have a cable, which it's a thick cable too. Holy shit! It's a thick cable. Wow. It's USB-C to DC barrel jack, so you can run it off a direct power bank if you wanted to, as long as it's able to do power delivery up to 12 volts minimum, I think is what the menu says. We have a caddy. We have a caddy. And then we have a small black there's screws. We've got screws to fit the hard drive to the caddy. So we can actually do something now. Yanon 2000, welcome in. Hope you are doing well. And we have one more item here. This is a dummy MPF battery plate that fits onto the rear of the monitor, and then this, I believe, connects to the dummy battery plate. So makes everything quite lightweight. It's a very light product here. Okay, checking anything else in the box. Nothing. Okay, let's just put everything back to its original configuration. That way was that. Okay, we'll just put that back there. We'll put this back here. We'll just have a quick squeeze of this. Yep. So the monitor itself does not have a direct DC barrel plug to connect in. Hence why you need the MPF adapter plate with the barrel plug. Right. I want to check what the voltage of this is. Hang on. All right. So we'll use the trusty battery meter. I'll just remove the big boy. All right, let's plug in this cable. I'll plug it into the 60 watt. And let's see what kind of voltages this is providing. 15 volt. Wow, okay. So this USB-C to DC connect cable is pushing in 15 volt of power. As you can see, that is how this USB-C to DC barrel plug cable is pumping 15 volts. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right, let's now move on to the monitor / recorder. Okay, let's go around the entire product first. Here we have HDMI in and HDMI out. On the underside, we have a 1/4 thread with, I believe, a adapter. Oh, okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. So we have a 1/4 thread with locating pins. So I have now so to give you guys an indication as to why these locating pins are important is that, say you were to install using a standard cold shoe mount. You install it, but there is a very high possibility that this thing will spin freely given enough force, right? As you can see, I'm holding the cold shoe plate in the same direction, but it's spinning freely, which is what you don't want in some monitor systems. Now, this is a monitor mount with a swivel tilt up and down and with a locating pin. So we will now install that onto here. If I can get that right. And now, if I try to, I'll hold it onto the cold shoe again. And now if I try to twist, it's not twisting, which is great, which is what you want. So you can upgrade, but how do you connect this to the internet? Unless you put it onto the SSD, sorry. And then you can increase your warranty as well, which I don't think matters. To be honest, weak man. Okay. How do we? Okay, let me figure out how to apply. Only twist when you wanted to twist. Yes. Okay, let me just quickly put this here. And let me just check this product. So this is the optic nano glass screen protector for the Atomus. Oh Jesus, shush! For the Atomus Ninja 5.2-inch monitor. Ooh, I won. I won a bid on eBay, but I'll have a look at that later. Okay, how to apply. Polish with cloth provided. Remove rear protective film. Position and apply to device. Okay, let's do this. You know, I'll want to apply this before doing anything more with the monitor unit itself. Use card to remove bubbles. Remove top protective film. And then your device is protected. Okay. So polish, remove the rear, apply, use the card, remove the top. Okay, all right. So it's just like every other application of screen protector. Okay. All right, I'm gonna remove the mic because it's in the way and I can't see shit in this angle, so oh, there's two of them. Hang on a minute. Okay, good. Oh wait, what? It looks small. Ah, yep. I see. Okay, so the actual monitor itself is smaller than the actual screen. I don't know if you can see the square. So the actual screen, the actual monitor display is literally this rectangular section. So this, even though it doesn't cover the entire range of the screen, it will at least cover the important sections, I think. Usually with screen protectors, they would actually cover the entire glass section. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is. It should be right. This is what I ordered. 5.2. That's what it says on the packaging. Atomus Ninja 5.2-inch monitor, and that's what we've ordered. But it looks small. So the problem with this Weakman is that because the screen protector isn't actually covering the entire screen, there will be times where there'll be buildup of dirt on the very edge of the protector itself. So just keep that in mind. Let me know if you want me to still go ahead with it. Let me power it on. You know what? I want to see the actual screen. Let me just power this on and see if I'm right. So this is the smaller MPF battery, not the larger one. Ah. Shit. Okay, hang on. Here's the issue now. With what we tested, Weakman. So with what we tested with the power disconnection from the previous monitor, we can't do that here. So on this monitor, it's either the battery or either the dummy battery. So we can't use both at the same time. So it's either one or the other. So I'm guessing you need to use a battery.
We don't do that here.
All right, I've plugged in a MPF battery. I'm now going to power on the unit. And 1, 2, 3. was it 4? Hang on. Oh no, here it is. Let me turn off the light. No input. Okay, so now that we have, now that I can see the screen, I just want to double check the coverage of this protector. Okay, so it covers the actual screen. All right, I will continue moving forward. All right, let me now turn off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you got to hold down the button long time. You got to hold button down long time. Okay, let's now. So there isn't. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is the eject button to depress to then remove the battery. Okay, here we go. Okay, we have a screen protector application kit. We have 2 of these screen protectors. Where's the other one? Oh, it's in there. Yep. So first thing is polish with cloth provided. So let's undo this. Imagine if I had playing cards. Okay, so here we have stickers to remove dust particles, and here we have wet wipes. Okay, and anything else in the bag? Nope. And we have a piece of cloth. So polish with. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I might not use the microfiber. We just. Oh, you got to be careful, yeah. All right. Wait, where's the card? Oh, here it is. Here's the squeegee. Okay. Here we go. It looks pretty clear. So I'm blowing the protector as well, just to make sure there's no loose strays. Okay, so we remove the rear. Damn it, hang on. I need to be. It might be too far off center, but it's okay. It should be fine. Okay. Let's now use the squeegee to remove the excess air bubbles. So as soon as I lift this section here, there's going to be some kind of bubbles bubbling in that area there. So I'm not sure if you can see, there is a bit of a ridge between the actual screen and the screen protector. So there will be, over time, there will be debris and dirt building up on the entire edge of this screen protector. Just letting you know. Okay, here we go. Oh, all right. Where are we? We need this. We need this. Yep, you can see the air bubbles. So I need to apply pressure. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Except for that bit. Okay, cloth. Where's the microfiber? Usually when they give you microfiber cloths from the manufacturer, it's not that good, to be honest. Just, yeah. Letting you know. So it is off center, but it is covering the important screen, but it is off center. So if you have OCD, sucks to be you. Sucks to be you. Okay. Oh, actually, I might actually have a random spare SSD. Completely random. I might actually have a spare SSD. Not big, like 128 gig. It's not very big at all in this type of scenario. But we will use it as a test. We'll probably give you what, 5 minutes recording in RAW. Yeah, 128, 128, 128. Yep, 128. Whether or not this is good enough for like high burst shooting, high frame rate, I don't know. Yeah, the idea at the time when I bought these was to use them to fix up old laptops from schools. Because at the time when I was working in schools, some of the older laptops were running hard disks. And I wanted to reinstall the main C drive with SSDs, so for older machines to still be able to be used in today's, well, at the time, in that time, technology, and not have old technology be left behind. Okay, so we've installed the screen protector. Now we're going to install this hard drive to this caddy. Let me just flip this around and see how that goes. So if you go this way, nope, you need to have it so that, yeah, okay, this will indicate if you're installing it right or wrong. This. Okay. So here we have an opening that will align with the pins of the SSD. So if you flip it around, it's not correct. Flip it again. Correct. All right, let's now install this SSD into this caddy. So the other 5 caddies was sent in a different package. Yeah. If you installed it the wrong way around, then the pins won't. Half the pins will be blocked by the plastic, by the caddy itself. Alright, here we go. And right, so 4 screws to install the SSD to the caddy. Now, let's insert the caddy into the monitor system. So there's literally only one way. This arrow on the caddy needs to mate up with the rear of the monitor and then slide in. So it does stick out. Now let's install the short MPF battery, unless you want to test the big one. No, do the short one, because then we can do the test timing to mount onto the camera. All right, so I'm just going to use this. Oh, hang on. I'm just going to use this foam to position it right side up, and we still have a spare protector as well as these wipes. So I'm just going to put all this back in here. A squeegee, a cloth, and this. I'll put this in the box. So okay. Moment of truth. Powering on the monitor. And seeing if it recognizes this SSD. It's an older SSD. 1, 2, 3. So there are no... Oh, so there's a green light on the rear that tells you that it's powering on. There should be one light in the front though, to be honest. No input. SSD isn't reading. That's fine. So we're going to go into the cogwheel. We're going to go into record. Nope. Output. No input, no output. Input source. Select your input source. HDMI. Let's go to the ProRes. Oh wait, where are we? ProRes HQ. ProRes. Codec. ProRes RAW. Confirm. So how do we format the drive? Because it's not detecting the SSD. Audio, timecode, mic, media, format drive. Okay. Don't even know how that works. Let's try that again. File, media. It detects it as 128 gigabyte because before it just said 0. So okay, let's go SSD format. Are you sure you would like to format this drive? And all files and LUTs will be erased from this disk. Format drive. That's it. Nothing else. But we do have a play button. That doesn't show anything. How dare you? Still on? Yeah, we're still on. Okay, now we're off. Okay. All right. So it takes time for the system to switch from record mode into playback mode. All right. No movies. Let's back out. No file. Let's go back into record mode. Right, let's now... It's strange because normally it would state the amount of minutes left on the SSD. So unless I'm missing something, source HDMI, calibration, nope. Output, no output. Yeah, there's no output. Record. So okay, here it is. This is what we want to see, but it's not showing up on the top here, so I don't know why. So we have space remaining 23 minutes. We're using ProRes RAW with ProRes RAW HQ. Now let me change that to ProRes RAW. I don't know if there's a difference between HQ and just normal RAW. Confirm. All right, let's go back into SSD. Oh, sorry. No. Let's go back into... We've already formatted it, so that's... ProRes RAW. It just says 23 minutes again. So H.265 will... that's a lie. There's no way you're recording over 100 hours on a 128 gigabyte drive. No way. Unless I change the compression to H.265 XQ 10-bit 422 ProRes. Okay, so ProRes HQ, you get an hour and 30 minutes. ProRes low, I don't know what the T stands for, you get 2 hours and 37 minutes. ProRes 422, you get 1 hour and 49 minutes. ProRes HQ, you get 1 hour and 13 minutes. DNXHD, I don't want to use that. ProRes RAW, 23 minutes. But if we select ProRes RAW HQ, I guess that means high quality. Maybe it's still the same. All right, we need over 9,000. Let's connect this up. All right, I'm now going to connect this monitor mount with this locator pin onto the monitor. And one thing I need to check is the battery. Does this give you a time frame of how long the battery lasts for? So I've just tapped on the battery icon. We have cooling mode in automatic. Then we have turbo cool, and we also have the ability to dim the display. And the battery is measuring 8 volts. It doesn't actually give me a time frame of how long it lasts for. So that's a bit of something that I'll have to adjust for, or Weekman has to adjust for. All right, let's now clear the table to now assemble the camera. Okay, let's put this over here. We have the camera. Okay, we have one side mount, we have one top handle. We have another side mount, and we have the battery plate MPF configuration. All right. You ready, Weekman? Let's start the timer. I shouldn't rush this because of all the equipment, but let's give it a crack. Clock. Timer. Oh no, stopwatch. Stopwatch. All right. I'll try not to rush too much. Okay. Start. Okay, we go top handle first. Lock down. Oh, that's not the locking I want. Damn it. Okay, this is... We're off to a bad start, but we're taking our time. It's okay. Side mount handle. Oh, that's not the right one. Okay, I'll tighten it up later. It's upside down. This side handle's mounted the wrong way around. Okay, mounting the side handle the correct way. If we had NATO rails, it wouldn't be like this. Mounting the other side handle in the correct orientation. Making sure it's locked enough. Oh, that's not locked. Okay, now mounting the V-mount plate. So we need to undo, open. It can be positioned from both ends. All right, cool. Lock down, locking down the V-mount swivel battery plate. Now repositioning the cabling for charging of the camera. This should not be something that we should need to do. We've proven ourselves. We don't need to do this. Okay, we need to add the micro HDMI port. And now we need to add the micro USB port. And then we will do the cable management. We'll now add the battery to the camera. And now we will add the monitor to one of the cold shoe adapters, and now we will lock it down. This is not the correct monitor mount because that's still in the mail, because I would mount it to this NATO rail. Okay, now I'm mounting the HDMI in, and we actually don't need this DC cable because we're using battery on the camera. Oh, sorry, on the monitor, because there is no DC input for the monitor system. Okay, now adding the MPF battery. Now powering on the MPF plate. Okay, we've got lights, and now turning on the camera. And with this monitor arm, we can tilt the monitor up and down to suit our style of shooting. Unfortunately, this monitor arm has lost its grippiness, so I will stop. 3.5 minutes to get this rig set up and turned on, ready to record. Okay, just tightened up the monitor arm. So now we should be able to go boom, boom, boom. Okay, that would be the record to beat. Now, one thing that I have noticed is that the monitor actually states that the incoming HDMI transmission is not RAW. So we won't be able to utilize RAW recording. And according to this, it's 28, I don't know if this is right, 28 seconds. I could be wrong. For 100, yeah, this sounds right. For RAW recording, 28 seconds sounds right. So now let's switch to ProRes HQ. Confirm. That sounds right. For RAW recording, that actually sounds right. Okay, so I've switched to ProRes HQ, and now it's giving us 18 minutes of recording. Not RAW, but it is in 4K. 4K, 30 frames per second. It even recognizes the camera. Sony 6300 with S-Log. Yeah. So what we can do as well is we can also enable trigger to be HDMI, so that if I push record in camera, I believe the monitor also records as well. I think. Okay. So I do have an SD card inside the camera. So let's... Okay, before we do, let's push record so we can see what it looks like. Okay, this is now recording internally onto the onto the SSD. Okay. So now we know what it looks like when it's recording. All right. Let me now start recording within the camera, and I want to see if the monitor actually notices it and trigger its recording itself. Okay, 3, 2, 1. No. So the monitor isn't recording, but the camera is. Okay, let's go to... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the way. Remote camera controls. There is record, pre-roll, proxy, nope. Segment, nothing about that. Input, output, don't have anything outputting. Okay, so at least for this camera, you're gonna have to manually push record on the monitor if you wanted to record at a higher resolution. Oh, excuse me. Right, because the camera is set to 4K 30 at 100 megabit per second, whilst the monitor is set to UHD 2920, so 4K 30 at a ProRes HQ, not ProRes RAW. We can even try if you wanted to. Let's go to ProRes RAW and ProRes RAW, confirm. There will be a warning stating not RAW. Yep, not RAW. So even if we try to click record, we can't. Oh, wait, the codec you've selected is not activated yet. Please visit. Yes. So this is one thing that I saw while watching other users unbox and test out their Ninja 5.2 inch monitor recorders, is that you have to use the serial number along with other information to log in to atomus.com and retrieve the license for raw recording. It's free, but it's one of those things that you have to do externally, and it doesn't come pre-packaged with the monitor system itself, the recorder system itself. That's why there's this indicator here that says not raw, because that's a license or activation that you need to activate within the Atomus site. So we'll switch back to we can even do, you know what, let's do H.265. Let's go X quality, confirm, see if this monitor is able to do that. And you can see all my fingerprint smudges. All right, so recording. So we've changed the codec within the monitor to be H.265 high quality. It's now given us an hour and 43 minutes of recording time on a 128 gigabyte drive. So this codec is best for data saving. All right, let's try again. I'll record internally in the camera. Nothing. I do remember this camera is able to do time coding. So let me now get to that. Excuse me. All right, let's pop this open. Let's go into the menu system. Sorry, so menu. I believe it was in the toolbox section. HDMI settings, time code output on, record control on, I believe. Oh, we'll turn that off. We'll just leave time code on. So now on the monitor, if we go into the systems and then switch it to, oh, okay. I can't select time code as a trigger. So let's see if that works. All right, let's now click record on the A6300. It's recording, however the monitor isn't. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's go to menu. Let's go to HDMI settings, and I'll enable the record control. Okay. Let's now start again. Record. Nothing. So the monitor isn't recording, but I don't see a record button either. Okay, that's another codec that isn't able to record. Then why is it even offered? ProRes HQ 422, I believe, is the highest format of ProRes. So we get 26 minutes. All right, let's try again. Let me disable the record control to off. I'll leave timecode on because I think the setting that I had it on wasn't even able to record in the first place. Okay, so now recording in camera also triggers the recording in the monitor as well. So that's a good thing. What we could do is, because every time I close or reposition this battery plate to here, the rear screen turns off. So what I might do is expand the rear slide and then lift the screen upwards and then readjust the slide. Okay, maybe not. Unless I switch it to monitor mode using the C2 button. Yep, okay. And now let's just make sure it doesn't slide anymore. Otherwise it's gonna crush the LCD and make the camera not work. Okay, so yeah, that way then I can quickly check the settings on the camera itself while the monitor would just be using to record. And that way then it's pretty good in terms of spacing. Although I might add, let me add a little bit more. I'm not feeling it. I'll lock that down. Yep. All right, so we have just literally we don't even need the battery because the monitor is on its own power source with its MPF battery. But it's just good to see some of the settings that you have. For the A6300, when it's outputting HDMI and internally recording 4K, it disables the preview on the rear LCD screen, but the HDMI is still active. Yeah, that's for the A6300, the RX 10 Mark II. What else? And a few other cameras that I have and tested. So it might be different for the FX3 because that's more aimed at a cinema style shooting. So I think people would want to have the ability to do a quick preview on the LCD screen whilst using an external monitor. So Yeah, I might just bring it down. Yeah, I might just bring it down in case for some reason this plate decides to pivot forward. At least then the potential for the screen to be damaged during that accidental slide forward is not. It is prevented in any case. So. Yeah. So there it is, and then like that. So we have top handle, 2 side handles, battery that is providing power to the camera, top up power. So, and unfortunately, as I mentioned, unable to provide power to the monitor because the monitor itself doesn't have a DC port or USB Type-C port. So, yeah, but it is the ability to trigger recording from one button, and that is from the camera itself. So let me just stop recording, see if that stops. Yep, that stopped. Let's now attempt to start the recording again in camera. I wonder if recording on the monitor triggers the camera. Let's do that. No. So it doesn't do the other way. So it's only if it's recording in camera, it triggers the monitor to record, which is great. So then you just have to concentrate on one record button and not like 10. And then boom, like that. And then if you're doing, I guess if you were doing like low things, you could just bend the monitor down like this and then have the camera like that while having a large screen, just like oop. And then when you're bringing it up, flip it up, and then you're back to hand holding it or face holding it like this. I'm facing it the wrong way. It's a light. It's light. It's light compared to the other one. Swivel, I don't know. Some monitor mounts have the ability to twist the monitor a certain way. This one only tilts forward or back. Some monitors, some monitor arms have a friction mount to apply. So, okay, this is what happens as well. Oh, you mean tilt? Okay. So sometimes when I am using an Atomos Ninja to record, this icon comes up. It looks like an emu or kangaroo. So if I tap on that now, recorder restarted, input connection was temporarily lost, and a recording of a new file take was started. Please ensure you are using a high-speed HDMI cable. So this has happened in the past, where that warning would come up because of a HDMI cable issue. So let me now switch to the expensive cable and see what happens. We don't have to turn anything off because everything's quiet. And I think it might be this adapter here too that might be limiting the potential 4K connection. Okay. Yep, more compact. That is so very true. Right. I did have another arm that was a lot longer, but I don't know where I've placed it. I don't want to manipulate this too much, which may cause a kink in the cable. Okay, we are back. Again, this cable port, the micro HDMI cable port, is finicky at times, and because of the way it's positioned, unfortunately, the handle in this regard is quite cumbersome because you have to deal with the cabling as well. Let me... And I can't swap handles around because this handle is designed to fit on the left-hand side. Let me see if I can... I just had an idea. See if I can Velcro this to the bracket of this setup, of this arm. Come on. Other way, other way. Okay, let's do that. Do that. Okay, so it's at least somewhat manageable. So to reach the left hand without it jiggling the cable. Right, let's now attempt to try to record again and see if that warning comes up. All right, I'm now going to push the record button on the A6300, and that has also triggered recording in the Ninja 5.2. Ninja 5. We have 21 minutes left. So, yes. No worries. Jazzy, welcome in. Seven stream. Nice. Hope you're doing well. I'm just testing out some of the camera rig equipment that I have here. So the newest pieces is this monitor from Atomus, top handle, as well as this battery plate. So yeah, just testing out some rigging. And seeing how we can make it more manageable. So getting all this assembled, I think took me about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So yeah, that's something that we need to beat in the future. Yeah. So far, I haven't had that warning come up that's popped up before in regards to having separate recordings because of a HDMI cable. So yeah, top handle here. I think this is good. All right, let's talk about another item also related to, I guess, high-end rigging, and that is audio. I have a Zoom F6 audio recorder. It is a 6-channel audio recorder. I think it's designed for field audio recording. Let me just bring that out. So one thing that I've been lacking whenever I do live stream events, such as weddings, funerals, or stuff like that, is not having the best audio during those events. Sometimes though, it is because I'm the sound guy, the sound people are just not able to assist me with the output. DJ Reminisce, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. Just playing around with some rigging with some cameras. So here I have the Sony A6300 with some new brackets and handles that I've purchased, along with a raw 6K recorder from Atomus, and just rigging everything up to be a bit more of a cleaner, strong setup, so that it is pretty much good for run and gun shooting. Yeah, this camera can't do 6K, it can only do 4K, and this monitor at the present moment, it can record in RAW, but it hasn't been activated yet. So yeah, in the future when it will get activated, then there'll be a lot more RAW recording in the future. But as I was saying, sorry, let me just quickly switch to another setup. Audio is raw recording. Oh yes, yes, there we go. Raw recording. We can make that into a three picture pictogram. Raw chord. Ding. Oh man. Did I? Shit. Okay, never mind. You got offered stream at 2K on Twitch? Yeah, nah. Mine, I can't even handle 2 multi-streams from my PC. Hence why I'm using Restream. So yeah, good luck with that. Let me just quickly assemble this tripod so I can mount this camera so it doesn't keep tilting or falling over. Oh my god. Oh, it's very tight. Tight. Okay, I'm now installing a ball head with Arca Swiss on top, and that will allow me to quickly mount the entire rig onto this. So we can mount it like that, and then screw down the Arca Swiss, and now we have a handle. Although I would not use this in terms of what we're doing right now with rigging, but for a quick set down on a tripod, yeah, it makes sense. So nope, this one, nope, fisheye. So now I have placed it on a tripod setting with a ball head. We can now reposition to a more manageable setup. Okay, now that that's set up and the camera isn't tilting all the time, we'll move on to another thing. I might dim display. Okay, I can't even touch the display to dim. All right, this is still recording. Oh, to activate or unlock the functions of this device, please visit the Atomus register or simply scan the QR code. You know what? I'm going to let you, Weakman, I'll let you do that. That way then it's registered to you. And then anything in the future you can handle. I don't know if dimming disables touch. So if I go to the power setting, I can't, unless I'm recording. So stop recording does also change that. Ah, okay. If I'm recording, I can't dim the display. So now if I start recording, so recording internally on the camera, it has dimmed the display by like 20%. So, okay. Let's bring that down. Okay. All right. So as I was trying to talk to about before, I have the Zoom F6 field audio recorder. It has 3 XLR inputs on this side, 3 XLR inputs on this side. It can run off AA batteries. It can run off a MPF style battery, such as the one that I'm using for the small rig, and it can also run off USB-C power. So quite a multitude of different powering options. Now, the great thing about this is it has the ability to record in 32-bit float, which means with the correct levels, you will be able to recover almost all of your recordings. If it's either too high or too low, without too much processing interference within it. So, previously I've had to set up audio. The way that I would have set up audio is to plug in the XLR direct from the mixing station to one of these ports, and then adjust it on here, and then have the line out feed into the mixer, the video switcher, in order to be piped into the live stream. But I haven't been using it for the past couple live streams because of the difference in location, as well as equipment available at the time. Okay. This is another field you have to learn about. You're just currently studying aperture. Yeah. If you can, try find someone who knows about audio and just let them handle it. And you just concentrate on video, right? Right, give me a sec. I need to find all my audio items that I was testing before. Okay, let's see. Okay, back. Found all the equipment. Okay. So, let me bring that over here. Okay. We got a mic. It's just a simple mic, XLR on-off button. We have the Rode Mic 2, sorry, the Rode Wireless Go Generation 1. We also have the X5 Wireless XLR transmitter receiver. Then we also have an assortment of XLR to 3.5 adapters and a couple of aux cables. Yep. So, generally, if I needed to connect audio, this is what I would do. So I would provide battery power to the Zoom F6. I would also now power it on. All right, just make sure all the dials are turned off. So it's a multi-track recorder. Again, 32-bit float recording. And with a very specific function that I like. It is called pre-fader recording. What that means is, before recording, I would adjust all the levels to the levels I want. Push record. And then, if any of the audio levels change, I can adjust it on the fly, and that will be heard through the line out. But the recording will still retain that previous level that was set. That way then, if I were to mute mic number 4 during the live, it is still being recorded at its level prior to me twisting or turning or making any adjustments to that level. It just gives me a extra bit of recording of microphone systems for when I'm doing editing. Yes, for safety. So say if someone was a very loud talker, you adjust it on the fly on the night or day to make it sound better during the live, but in the recording, it's still recorded at a high level. And then if someone was going on a rant or using a lot of profanity, you can then just literally mute them on the recorder, and their microphone will be muted in the live output, but the recording will still retain the original level that was set. So yeah. All right, let's first of all connect the microphone. I'll use channel 4. Might as well. Yes, might as well. So I'm connecting this XLR receiver. This is from X5. I'll connect that to channel 4. And I will now power it on. I will now also connect the XLR transmitter to this mic. I'll also make sure it's turned off, and I'll connect it to here, and now I'll turn on. So the great thing about this XLR transmitter, it has the ability to switch between mic or line level. So because this is a microphone, I'll switch it to mic level, and I think this might be out of battery because I've just looked at it and it looked like it was set on power the entire time. Shit. Okay. Let's move on then. I'll plug this in and see if we can try and get some power in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Unless you've got power!
All right. Unless you got power. So let's leave this receiver here so you can kind of tell what it's doing. All right. I'll now connect this XLR to 3.5mm adapter to channel 3. Now, the reason why is I have a new item that I want to test, but it requires channels 1 and 2. So channel 3, I'll plug it in. I will now turn on both the Rode Wireless Go transmitter and receiver, and I will now connect this to the adapter for channel 3. All right, I've now plugged that in, and according to the level indicator, we have an active microphone, but it's not showing up in the Zoom F6. So I'm going to go to channel 3. I'm now increasing the gain on channel 3, and as you can see, the levels for channel 3 is increasing. 1, 2, Peter Piper, Pumper Nickel. So this is now an active microphone that's being fed into the Zoom F6. I don't have anything else to test, so I'm just going to do the actual testing that I wanted to do when I have received my new products. So let me just quickly shift this setup across. Okay, all right. So the new product I have received is this one cable, which cost me $60 for this cable. Now, the great thing about this cable is that it is low profile, so it's not sticking out. Like you see here, it's not sticking all the way out. I got you on negative. And this converts a 3.5 millimeter stereo into left and right channels. So what I'm going to do, I'll connect this into channel 1, and I'll connect this into channel 2. There you go. So it's a very low profile. It's not sticking out too much, and we can utilize. I can utilize that for other items. So what this will allow me to do is to use my DJI Mic Mini with its 2 microphones, and I'll be able to split the left and right channel of the DJI Mic Mini into 2 separate audio channels into the F6, which will then allow me to record each channel separately. So we have we have the interview person, and then we have the subject in the second microphone. So in order to connect this to this adapter, we'll connect it to the headphone output of this mic receiver. And we have finished recording because the hard drive has now emptied. So let's go into playback mode and see how many clips were recorded. We should have about 6. So if you're using a low quality HDMI cable, you will record, but it will be recording in segments of about 90 seconds. And it will keep doing that until you either notice or run out of hard drive space. So that's what I have noticed in the past when using lower quality HDMI cables, is that the recorder will start recording in intermittent sections, and it's not continuous. It will record, it will stop, it will then record again, it will stop, it will then record again. So you miss out about a second and a half in between each recording. So that's why I got myself the expensive cable because of that issue. Yeah. So just be warned not to use cheap, low quality HDMI cables specifically for recording projects. Yeah, so just make sure you get big boy. All right. I've now connected the Mic Mini receiver to the this adapter cable, which splits the stereo into two separate channel inputs. I'll put that over here. Is that the clip? Yeah. Okay. Now I will turn on either channel 1 or 2. I don't know which channel is which until I test it out. So let's turn on channel 1. Channel 1 is active, but I don't. 1. Okay. Let's increase it up. This is okay. Let me tone down channel 3, which is this one here, for the Rode mic. All right. 1, 2, 3. This is now the mic mini in input 1, and I believe it's either the left channel of the mic mini receiver. I will now re-enable channel 3, so at least they are both on, and we can also fine-tune the gain based on the mic mini, so we can increase it on the mic mini. So now I don't have to rely solely on the F6 to get the levels right. You love your I love my $5 HDMI cables from Jcar. They're just the right length. They're not too thick and bulky. They can still wrap around. It's great. But for recording 4K RAW, you're gonna need to get a better cable. All right, I'm now going to power on the other microphone and then sync it to my receiver. This microphone has been programmed to connect to the DJI Action 4. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to repair this microphone to the receiver, which I'm gonna have to do here. All right. So now I have put the receiver into pairing mode, and hopefully we should have both microphones paired solidly. All right. So now we have two mics, both paired to this receiver, and if I were to now enable channel 2 or input 2 of the F6, we should now have an active signal from all three wireless microphones. Here we have two mic minis, and here we have a Rode Wireless Go Generation 1, which might be a bit too hot. Okay, I'm now going to tap on the Rode Wireless Go, and that will be the channel 3 levels going up and down. Oh, already? Damn. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Why isn't it in focus? How dare you? Okay. I'm now going to tap on channel 3, which is the Rode Wireless Go mic. Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm now going to tap on one of the mic mini mics and see which channel that belongs to. Channel 1. And now I will tap on the secondary mic mini to see what channel that belongs to. This should belong to channel 2. Okay, so that is a very short test of me being able to have two independent mic inputs into the Zoom F6 to record as separate audio channels. So you could have one receiver connected to 2 mics and have one on each person, an interviewer, and the subject. And then have both microphones recording into 2 separate audio channels using this cable here. So I think that's pretty great. It now allows me to use both mics in an event where more than one person needs to be mic'd up, and then I have another wireless Rode Go microphone to be connected to someone if the need be. And this has just enough power. I can now connect this in channel 4. So let's turn this on. So now I have, all right, so now I have a wireless XLR microphone that's connected to the Zoom F6. And it is now also in its own audio channel to be recorded into the Zoom F6. So, yeah. So that's essentially a very minimal equipment setup to be able to record things in wireless mode. And I also have 2 more channels. So if I was able to connect direct to the mixing desk and record the output from that, then I can into the recorder. And with the 32-bit float option, should be able to recover any issues if anything were to arise. So yeah, I hope that makes sense with audio. Again, I think Weakman, just concentrate on video and then have someone else do audio. Oh, I'm getting a overheating icon on the AX6300, so I might just stop recording. Yep. And I'll just turn off the screen for a second. Yeah, I left it on. It's fine. That's what testing's about. But we are testing it inside a room that's cool. It is 24 degrees inside this room, according to the thermometer or thermostat. I'm not sure what the actual weather is outside. I can't reach my keyboard. Can you type in weather for me, Weakman, please? Thank you. Yeah, 25 degrees, yeah, outside. But again, in humid tropical weather, it might be pushing it quite hard. So you might have to think about maybe shade, if that's going to be something that you might need to do. So after shooting, maybe having a shade over it just to not be heated up by the sun directly. So yeah, we fight in the shade. Yes. Yeah, so that is a test of the Zoom F6, which I could literally pick up right now. Let me just zoom out. So yeah, so I compare this during my setups when I do IRL event streaming, and have the ability to record 4 separate audio channels, all wireless, into this recorder at 32-bit, and output a line out to feed into the video switcher for passing it on to live streaming. So, okay, and to discuss about the pre-fader setting in the Zoom F6. Right now, looks like the audio levels actually, all right, maybe I might turn down number 4. It does seem a bit too hot. 1, 2, 1, 2. All the other mics are just literally in front of me. So let me put that over here so you guys can see. All right, so I might increase channel 4 again just to match. 1, 2, 1, 2. Increase number 1 and 2. All right. So all 4 channels. Why is it not? Okay. So all 4 incoming microphone channels are all relatively balanced. Not too high, not too low. Okay, I'm now going to start recording on the Zoom F6. The Zoom F6 is now currently recording. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. This is the Zoom F6 with using the Rode Wireless Go in channel 3, using the DJI Mic Mini in stereo mode, using a splitter into channels 1 and 2, and channel 4 is using a X5 wireless XLR transmitter receiver system. All right, so assuming channel 4 is too loud or too low, I can literally change the position of channel 4 to right down, but it is still recording as if nothing changed. So what I've just done is adjusted the output of the line out, which is being fed into the live streaming switching gear. So the recording will still retain the original levels of what was set before recording. So say, okay, we need to mute everyone. We will now change channel 1 down to 0, channel 2 down to 0, and channel 3 down to 0. So all microphones, so all input channels have now been turned down to 0. But as you can see here, this output line, that represents the output of the line out. But if all microphones are now turned down, nothing's been sent out, but it is still recording internally. So now let's redo number 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now you can see the levels going up because I've just re-engaged channel 4. But again, if channel 4 needs to be muted again, we bring that down, and I'm still talking, and all the microphones are still active, as you can see from these levels, but the output levels is 0. So now let's bring up channel 1 again and channel 2. So now both those channels are now active, and we now have active output to the line out of the system. So this is one of the reasons why I bought this device, is the ability to do pre-fader recording and then adjusting on the fly, such that in case of an event where it's just too loud or too low, I can make the adjustments without affecting the original leveled recording. That way then, with the 32-bit float recording, I can make adjustments in post. The only other audio mixer that I've experienced this with is the Rode Caster Pro, the Rode Procaster number 1. It had this feature. It had the feature of either pre or post fader recording. One extra piece of feature that this Zoom F6 audio recorder does have is the ability to add delay to the output line out, which is great in case if your video switcher and you're using a lot of wireless HDMI transmitters has delay into that as well. So you're able to add delay to the line out to then try and get that in sync with the video visuals from the video mixer switcher station. So that's an extra benefit to have as well. So yeah, those are the three main things, at least for this for this type of audio recorder, is pre-fader recording, as well as adding delay to the line output. Now, 32-bit float doesn't really matter, but it's nice to have if you're doing a lot of post audio work. But the pre-fader recording is what I'm most likely interested in. Other audio devices that I've used, such as the Zoom Podcaster, which is the same company, it doesn't have the ability to do post or pre-fader recording. Once you turn down a mic within the the Zoom Podcaster device, that's also included in the recording. Even though it's recording all the channels separately, as soon as you make any adjustments on the gain of that particular device, it records all those motions as well. So yeah, it's I still have it. I just don't know where I put it. But it's a good device. It's a very portable device to bring around to just do a mini podcast style situation. Four XLR inputs with the ability to enable or disable phantom power, as well as 4 headphone jack outputs. So everyone can have a mic and a headphone set and then talk to each other as if you were in a podcast. And you can also convert one of the channels to act as a Bluetooth receiver. So then you can send music or connect to a phone to talk to someone else remotely and feed it into that as well. So yeah, quite a few features in that, except it doesn't have the pre-fader recording, or it doesn't have line out delay in order for syncing situations in live event processing. So yeah, well, I hope that helps with anyone. It was just mainly me, and I'm hoping to try and get this set up for whenever I do my next live stream event for weddings or funerals or as such. So I'm glad everything worked out, and I wasn't gypped or cheated out of with this particular cable. $60 just for this cable. Man, crazy. And with this, at least with this cheap mic, I can just turn it off. So now, hopefully, okay, it still detects it for some reason. Woo, it still detects that, but at least it's at a point where it's not as recognizable on the levels. Whew, okay, so I'll just stop recording here. Oh, sorry, stop. Oh wow, I know that you mentioned it about the train when the Philippines was building a train network to go into long distance. The locals would chop up the metal from the rails. Fiber optic. They can't sell that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Crazy. Okay. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's the level of what you have to deal with. So yeah, I totally understand. Okay, that is it for this setup. Oh, sorry about the loudness. Different microphone, so I'm not really adverse with the levels and closeness to my mouth. Right. So, and with this XLR, it has the safety latches in order to remove or disengage the XLR inputs. Okay, and then MPF battery again. Oh, which way? This way? Right. The problem with this is that the SD card is inside where the MPF battery lies. So in order to get to the SD card, you need to pop off the battery and then get to the SD card. So I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but yeah. Right, let me power off the mics. Let's power down the Rode Wireless Goes. And shove it into... It is, but I guess one less latch to be exposed to the weather, because if you're using this recorder, you're using it out in the field, hence why it's called a field recorder. Where's the... Okay. Right, so put that in. Put that in here. Put that in here. Okay, so I'm glad that worked. So I might need to maybe design some kind of a case to mount all these in a more organized setup, because right now it's just literally using a bag and just shoving everything in there. I might charge the transmitter. Okay, don't need the battery anymore. We don't need the audio cables here. This audio cable we can now bundle up and put in here. Okay. Mic check. Okay, so we don't need... Oh, we do. We've got to pack it up after, but we'll just put this here. Ninja. Okay, okay, we don't need that. Okay, I've just found the side handle, so I might replace the one that I'm using here. So let's undo the Arca Swiss, remove that. We can keep it on. You know what? We need stable stuff. Okay. Let's switch over to fisheye. Right. Okay. Let me undo the HDMI. Let's bring up the monitor. Right. We've turned off the... Okay. Now turn off the camera. I'm now going to turn off the monitor. 1, 2, 3. All right. All right. Let me just disconnect the HDMI cable. Now let's go through the process. Weakman, is there a cable that goes from USB-C and connects to a micro USB? That's about 15 centimeters. If you could find something like that, that'd be great, and I'll have a look into it. Man, imagine if these were NATO rails. Imagine if these were NATO handles. Blop, blop. It'll be fast, hell fast. Oh, I need that. Need that. yes, C to micro. If you can find the C part to be angled, like right, 90-degree angled, and the micro USB to be straight, that would be good. That will help quite a lot. Okay, so we have two handles. Both of them are the same style, so they have the same rubberized grip. They are wide. They are wider. So let's now reattach all these cables. So I'll need to attach the HDMI cable, which, yeah, no, can't use that. So we have a HDMI cable. Yes, more space, and they won't get in the way of connection to the HDMI monitor recorder. Okay, something's come up. Hang on. Oh yeah. You want to know what I won in the bidding, Weekman? Oh no, yeah, no, black should be fine. Yep, black cable should be fine. All right, I won the bid for a Panasonic BGH1. Can I bring it up without it exposing? See original listing. Yes, I can. All right, let me just fold this down so I can see the screen. Here we are. Boom. The Panasonic Lumix BGH1 4K cinema box camera. Yeah, it was in bidding. You could buy it for 226, I think was what they were asking, and I got it for this. And apparently this camera is Netflix approved. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. Not bad indeed. Yeah, yeah, and this particular company, they're very professional with all the equipment that they sell. So yeah, pretty cool. And it's so tiny, so small. But yeah, no, that's what I won in terms of the bidding, and just got to go pay for it now. So yeah. All right, let's see. Let me just undo this. Let's do this. Nope. Okay. We have installed a different side handle on this rig. Yeah, me too. Especially with all my gimbals and all that, especially with cinema style codecs within that setup. Let's go here. And I already have a bunch of micro four thirds lenses already, so good ones too. The Olympus 12mm f2, great autofocus. The Olympus Pro lenses, I think 12 to 35, and then 35 to 100. The Olympus Pro lenses there. Okay, let me just fisheye. Yep. All right, so I've installed the second handle, and then installed the 4K HDMI cable, and there we go. So unfortunately, we won't be able to utilize the right angled adapter that I've used previously, because it does degrade the 4K signal going into the Ninja monitor. So yeah, I think I'll leave the activation of the raw codecs to you, Weakman. That way then it's all registered to you in your name and your address. And yeah, so boom. I think this is good. And with the ability to switch to a V mount, if in the future you do decide to do that, then that'll be great. You know, you can then just unplug this, install the V mount, then connect the USB Type-C to the port to keep the camera charged. And you might even, with the V mount, you might even switch it from the MPF battery on the monitor to the dummy battery. All right, so here we have the... Ooh, okay, yeah, the V mount's a lot heavier. So, just saying. Yeah, so you could have the V mount providing power to the camera, and then if you wanted to, because of the V mount's long battery life, you might be able to then add the dummy battery to the back of the monitor along with the DC to USB-C adapter cable and plug it into the V mount battery. But that's in the future. But for now, we will concentrate on the MPF style setups. So yeah, and using the MPF plate, you can then just quickly disengage the battery and then reinstall it. 15 volt, yeah, so I don't know if this plate is able to supply that type of power to that DC or that dummy battery in the rear of the monitor mount here. But it's part of the package, so you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And then we will then adapt this. So I think having short cables really helps with the overall cable management. Oh, having short cables will help with the overall rigging. So you're not there's cables not everywhere, and then you have to keep binding them together. So yeah, let me just connect that. Why isn't that so high? Or can't I just? Okay, I'll do it that way. All right, cool. I think that might be it. There's nothing else that I want to talk about, to be honest. I've talked a lot. We went through a lot. So yeah. So the NATO rail handle, another NATO rail. Well, actually there won't be, because it'll just be the grip. Yeah, it would just be the grip, because the FX3 will be quite a large grip. So you just have that like that. Then yeah. And if you don't want to use the base plate for the for the battery, you can just undo without everything falling apart. And then, okay, no need for the monitor mount or the monitor. You can undo that and then undo the entire handle if need be, and just do that. And then just have this as one piece, and then disengage, and then slide off, and then you're back to the original camera form function. It's cool, and it's not as loud as I thought, you know. So again, I'm waiting on the adapter for the mount that mounts onto the NATO rail to the monitor. That way then you can mount it onto the handle, and then say you're in a environment where everything's all controlled, you can then just mount the monitor with that monitor arm directly to this NATO plate, and then you don't need to mount the handle. So yeah, whereas this one, I think, yeah, no, there's the only other way to mount. Oh, okay, let me. Oh, is it left or right? It's left. Okay. So the only other way to mount this monitor to this specific camera cage is via the hot shoe or cold shoe. And in this case, the cold shoe is here, not centered. So you're going to have to place it here and then enable the downward friction of the cold shoe mount, and there. And then you can still have the ability to tilt down and up for, I guess, tripod work, where you don't really need side handles or top handles, and keep it very, very minimalistic. So say you were to go into minimalistic mode, using the internal battery, and then using the battery attached to the monitor, we can now disengage all the handles. Oh my god, so tight. Why did I do it so tight? That's one there. Yep, for fluid head, yeah. For fluid head work, great. I'm looking into other fluid heads. Have you heard of something called geared heads? It may not be suitable for video work, but with some stuff, with some of the stuff that I've had to deal with in terms of getting or repositioning camera angles quickly and without too much jitter motion, I think I might get myself a gear head in the future. Expensive, but it's there. All right, let me now configure this to just camera and monitor only. So this is the camera and monitor recorder only. Unfortunately, this thing sticks out, so you're going to have to be very careful in how you hold the camera. But assuming you have the cage, FX3, and lens attached to the hot shoe mount, cold shoe mount, and then yeah, boom. But if you have the NATO monitor rail, then that will mount to the NATO rail, and yeah. The current one you use is the Pinetta Pro. Pretty nice. Ah, it has its own level. Yes. Nice. So unfortunately, with the cold shoe mount, you have to. Oh wait, hang on. Let me put that on here. So then for tripod work, let me lock that down, and that's it. That's for tripod work. Monitor mount, battery, camera, battery, HDMI cable, and you probably run for maybe an hour before the internal battery of the camera dies. I don't know how long the FX3 battery lasts for, if it's recording in 4K or whatever. So that's going to be an interesting stats to look into as well. And then for here, you can then just fold that down to make it even more minimalistic, I guess. If you're doing low level work, or low angled work, then you should be able to do this and have it like that. But again, the HDMI cable will be in the way. So yeah, try be mindful about that as well. No average number yet? Okay. All right, cool. Is it longer than an hour? If anything's longer than an hour, that's a win for me. It's a very small win, but it's a win. You think so? Okay, cool. All right. How are you liking this week, man? Yeah, I wasn't even going to decide to open the Ninja 5.2, but now that we have, I can't stop playing with it. So if you know that you're not going to be powering this, it did Ninja banished. If you know that you're not going to be powering the camera, you might be able to get yourself maybe an angled. You might be able to get yourself a angled HDMI cable along with another angled HDMI cable as well. That's rated for 4K or 6K, whatever. Then that way it will keep the entire rig very small. I don't know if they offer that type of cable though. But your camera's full size, right? Is the FX3 full size? So let's look at HDMI 2.0 4K cable. Monitor. Okay, I know that Condor Blue, which is a very established brand within the camera rigging scene, has quite a few cables available. Not cheap. Condor Blue HDMI. Let's have a look whilst we wait. Oh shit, there we go. There we go. First page. Boom. First page. Right angled. Let's have a look at this one. There's even different colors too. Damn. Let's look at FX3 HDMI port. Image. Okay, let's have a look here. Okay, so the FX3 is a right. If you want the HDMI to point up, then it's a HDMI 90 degree to the right. So what does this look like? So if this goes into the FX3, And then the monitor is, if you want the cable to go downwards, yeah, this I think looks good. Let's have a look here. This one. Okay, here we go. HDMI 2.0, 4K 60, 18 gigabit data trans through. So if we this side will connect to the FX3, and that will point the cable upwards. Yep. And then this side will not. So both. So if that connects to there, and then this, so one side will only ever connect to the FX3, and the other side will only ever connect to the monitor. So that's if you want a very small, slim profile for your rigging. Yeah, because right now, top down, this is the rigging for the, at least for this camera and this monitor in this configuration. So I would need a micro HDMI 90-degree angle to the left, which means it's facing up, and then a full-size HDMI end to the left as well. So it'll be left, and this one will be based on the HDMI orientation, left. I don't know if they make cables like that for the micro HDMI setups. But let's have a look at here. Let's see, 18 gigabyte data throughput. That's fine. This one I think is braided as well. Nylon braid. Yeah. High speed HDMI cable. Let's have a look. Other ones there. FX3. What would you call this? Right angled? I mean, for a cable, you can't really go wrong, considering the Atomos cables were like $100. Fuck. Oh man. Yeah. At least there won't be any mix-ups with how you connect it. Otherwise, if you do connect it, it's going to go all the way around. Yeah, big boy cables. There's this one here too. This one isn't coiled. It's just straight, which I think might be better. Because coil means extra weight. Whereas, yeah, this one here, coiled. Let's have a look at Condor Blue. Condor Blue, right angled. Cat pastes. Oh, they do. Oh, it's even cheaper. But I'll have to check. It says high speed. Okay. Let's see. Only 3 available in stock. HDMI 2. Can you guys see that? 4K 60, 18 gigabit per second. Okay, that's fine. Let me just check the Atomos cables. Atomos HDMI 2. Unless they have a different set of requirements. Type A, 30. Okay, this is the specs. HDMI 2, 4K up to 60. It doesn't state the data throughput. Okay. This is a straight to straight, which is fine. You've got that. Well, I've already bought that. So I bought the coiled version as well as the straight version. But I think this might be very beneficial. This one, though, isn't available now. Let's have a look at this one. Atomus Condor. Oh, did I? Ah, yeah, okay. This is... Okay, let's have a look at the cabling. So this will connect to the FX3 based on... And it'll go up. And then this will connect to the Atomus input and it will go downwards. So very, very slim profile in stock. So we got the longer cables for, you said when you want to mount it off camera, close enough though, but off camera. Whereas this will actually allow you to do a more smaller rigging setup. So it can't be too high, because if we were to mount the monitor back on the monitor arm on the top. All right. And then we mount the cold shoe. Shit. Okay. And let's go here. So we need to know the measurement between here and essentially here, assuming that the cage isn't too high. Let's go here. Oh, let me just turn. There's too much weight and there's no support on that foot. Okay, so the cable states 30 centimeters from here to here. This is... But I don't know if that's 30 centimeters from the tip here or the inner. If it's 30 centimeters or from the center here. Yeah, okay. Don't know. All right, let's quickly do a quick measurement. All right, let's go here. So if we go... Oh, okay. Assuming the center point of each HDMI cable is the point of reference, that's there. If it's on the outside, that will be up here. And oh yeah, that's plenty of, that's enough. It's not, it's long enough. Still, yeah. Based on that. So I might put an order in for that, for when you want to do mini micro rigging, then I think that'd be great. That'd be great for that type of scenario. That way then you won't have this massive HDMI cable sticking out like that. Right? Which will look like will be prone to be knocked out or dislodged and damage the HDMI port. So if we have it so that it's mounted like this and then have the top one mounted downwards, then at least, yeah. All right, that makes sense. See, it's these things that you don't know about until you sit down to test it or play with it. And then it's like, oh, that's what I need. I need that. That's how I was able to come about with that audio cable that cost me $60. I needed it, and now with that cable, I'm able to now utilize all my wireless microphones at the same time. Quality of life adjustments. Yeah. Yeah. So everything works. We are waiting on a few more items. The NATO to quarter 20 with locating pin mount, that's yet to arrive. The NATO handle, that's yet to arrive. And there was one more thing. The caddies, the extra hard drive caddies, that's yet to arrive as well. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, awesome. All right, let's see who else is online, and we'll go through the process of that. Where is? Okay, that's not where I want to see. That's okay. Good. Whew. Oh, there's not many people online. That's okay. Anyways, you know what? It's all good. Today was quite informative. I learnt a lot in terms of rigging and making sure shit isn't too long. That's good. And yeah, great. Okay. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in today's stream. Thank you, CFB. Thank you, Weekman. Thank you to Lethal and Deadly for their raids earlier today. 3 minutes. Yes. Once I assemble all the other equipment, I will do it. Thank you to Jazzy for the 7 stream streak. Thank you to Chewy as well for tuning in. He had to head off early because of work tomorrow. Thank you, Yanon2000 for the follow. Yeah. And thank you to Lethal for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Didn't have to do that, but much appreciated. All right. I'll probably do another stream tomorrow to test out. So one thing I would do want to mention before leaving is I've gotten my 3D printing for the HDMI adapter as well as the power bank finally resolved. This is print number 5. And it got to a point where I didn't want to print anymore, so I just literally use cutters to chop up the things I needed. So yeah, we have a HDMI capture device to USB Type-C with power delivery. At the bottom here we have a 5,000 milliamp power bank, and that is providing pass-through charging to the Android phone to allow for HDMI streaming to RTMP. So that's good. I want to test this out, so I'll probably do that tomorrow. And yeah, and as well as test out the 03W SRT-LA local streaming as well, and compare the two. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, and I'll see everyone later. I hope you have a good night, everyone. Good night.
You didn't say the magic word. You didn't say the magic word.